Mu Qianxiang was considered an anomaly here because she was a woman. With such a rare resource, she was able to give him a strong power at a young age. So even if she was in Mu clan, she had a certain privilege. Mu Qianxiang was considered an anomaly here because she was a woman. With such a rare resource, she was able to give him a strong power at a young age. So even if she was in Mu clan, she had a certain privilege. Seeing Mu Qianxiang's carriage drive over, the doors of Mu clan's mansion immediately opened. Mu Qianxiang could stop the carriage and directly enter her residence. Lil Xiang, looks like you're doing quite well. Chun Xiang laughed. Of course, if I want my family to value me, then I must become an irreplaceable person. Right now, I am the pillar of the young generation of Mu clan. I have fought quite a few times for those old fellows, and from the looks of it, there is no one in this Mu clan who can replace me. Mu Qianxiang said proudly, even if you don't want to marry, the elders of your Mu clan will not say anything. Of course, and I can marry whoever I want. If I don't want to marry, then I won't marry. No one can interfere. Ever since Mu Qianxiang gained the power of the immortal monarch, she had not worried about this matter. Get off the car and come with me to meet those old guys. I've helped them get a rich man. They'll definitely be very happy. Mu Qianxiang pulled Qin Xiang and got off the carriage. She wanted to quickly settle this issue so that she could bring Qin Xiang to a rather secretive place. Then she could continue to learn about the matters of the outside world from Qin Xiang. Followed Mu Qianxiang and walked quickly for a while before arriving in front of a small stone hut. Third elder, something good has come knocking. Hurry up and bring the other elders over. Mu Qianxiang shouted from outside. The wooden door of the stone house slowly opened, revealing a short old man. However, Qin Xiang did not dare underestimate him, because this short old man was the immortal king. Wild girl, you've finally become enlightened. Do you know that you're going to get married? The old man looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. This brat is called Han Qin, right? I remember that he doesn't look like that. After not seeing him for 2 years, he has changed so much. Qin Xiang was extremely speechless. Third elder, what's with your gaze? He isn't that annoying Han Qin. His name is Qin Xiang. He ran in from the outside. Mu Qianxiang said snappily. The short old man widened his half-opened eyes a little. Didn't you say that you can't come in from the outside? You wild girl, aren't you being too reckless? I remember that you were supposed to be in charge of that area with Chu Jiang, and you sneaked him in. You have to hide him well, and don't let Chu Jiang know about it. Mu Qianxiang sighed and looked at Qin Xiang helplessly. Using his eyes, he told Qin Xiang that this old man was just like that. Chu Jiang charged him a temporary fee of 10,000 spiritual crystal per day. After that, I told Chu Jiang to give this kid to me as my guard, and he gave us 2 levels of the Mu clan. Here are 20,000 spiritual crystal. Mu Qianxiang handed the storage bag over to the short old man. I will take care of his food and accommodation. I will take care of him, and he has to pay a temporary fee of 10 days. 20,000 spiritual crystal. I have not seen so many of them in a long time. Wild S, you sure have great abilities to be able to get a decent job from Chu Jiang. The short elder looked at the spiritual crystal and laughed. All right, take him to play around. I'll talk to the other elders later. The short old man walked out of the stone room and transformed into a white figure that disappeared very quickly. Mu Qianxiang anxiously pulled Qin Xiang and ran back to his own house. Xiao Xiang, you actually call me brat. You are much younger than me. Qin Xiang said. Mu Qianxiang's house was located in a bamboo forest and was extremely quiet. There were 2 rooms and a small hall, and Mu Qianxiang was currently packing a room that no one had lived in for a long time. How about I sleep in the same room with you, so you don't have to pack up? Qin Xiang sat at the side and laughed. No, I have to train tonight. You will disturb me. Mu Qianxiang originally wanted to refuse, but after she said this, she thought for a moment and then said, All right, I will sleep in the same room, but it is not the same bed. Originally, Chen Xiang was only joking around. She did not expect Mu Qianxiang to actually agree. She was not tidying up the room, and was instead bringing the empty bed to her room, then putting on a clean, soft, and fragrant bedding. The two beds were snuggled together, making Chen Xiang feel that sleeping with her wasn't too different from before. In his eyes, Mu Qianxiang didn't seem to think of him as a woman, even though she had a lovely face. Wild girl, bring that guest to see the chief tomorrow morning. The chief will be back tonight. Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang heard the voice, but the voice came from afar. It was the short old man from just now. Mu Qianxiang sighed, looked at Qin Xiang, who was sitting on the bedside. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Qin Xiang shook his head. No need. I just want to take a bath now, then have a good sleep. The bathroom is over there. There's a well outside. Get some water and boil it yourself. There's a bath in there. Do you need me to teach you how to wash? Mu Qianxiang pointed to a corner in the large room, which was separated by a screen and a curtain. I gave you 10,000 spiritual crystal. If it was in the outside world, I could at least enjoy 2 maids helping me scrub my back. Now I even need to get some water to boil my own. Chen Xiang purposely revealed a disappointed expression. Just as he was about to walk out, she snorted and stepped in front of him. Not long after, Qin Xiang was bathing in the hot bath, but Mu Qianxiang did not come in to help him wash it, which made him feel a little regretful. After Chen Xiang finished was H.I. Plussing up, he wore a simple set of pajamas and pounced toward the soft bed. He laid on top of it with his eyes closed, let out a long sigh, and had a face full of enjoyment. I'm sleeping, don't disturb me. After Qin Xiang said this, he closed his eyes. Qin Xiang was indeed sleeping, but he had slept for a short while before Long Shui woke him up. Little scoundrel, wake up quickly. That wild girl has already taken a bath, and didn't even use a bath, she was H.I. plussing herself. Little pervert, did you peek at her while she was bathing? Qin Xiang woke up. Although his eyes were still closed, he could still hear Mu Qianxiang humming a little tune and the sound of water splaws. H.I. plussing in the bathroom. The thing that moved Qin Xiang the most was that waves of intoxicating fragrance from the flower. The fragrance on Mu Qianxiang's body was also very special. It turned out that she would use some strange flowers to scrub them when she was bathing. The bathroom only had a screen, but Chen Xiang was a very obedient person, so he did not use the heaven tour to look at other people's baths like how Long Shui did. Chen Xiang cleared his mind and wanted to continue sleeping, but suddenly he heard Long Shui shout, "She's out. She's not wearing any clothes." After Qin Xiang heard this, he secretly cursed Long Shui in his heart. If she had not woken him up, he would have just woken up. After Qin Xiang heard this, he secretly cursed Long Shui in his heart. If she had not woken him up, he would have just woken up. She's just drying herself by the bed. Open your eyes and look. Don't waste it. Long Shui urged. Mu Qianxiang thought that Chen Xiang had gone to sleep, so she did not mind at all. Her figure isn't bad. If she's really the tallest, I can give her 9 points. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang had already sealed off his 5 senses and did not continue to listen to Long Shui's words and quickly fell asleep. What's wrong with this little scoundrel? He doesn't look like him. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. He actually didn't peek. This wild girl is indeed not bad. I really feel pity for this little scoundrel, and missed such a good opportunity. Mu Qianxiang had already put on his clothes and was wearing loose pajamas on the bed beside Qin Xiang. Elder brother Xin, wake up. Mu Qianxiang lied down on her side and shouted at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang couldn't hear them. He had already sealed his sense of hearing. Mu Qianxiang called out a few times, but seeing that Qin Xiang did not make any movements, he climbed onto Chen Xiang's bed and pushed his way through Qin Xiang's body. Chen Xiang suddenly woke up from his stupor and looked at him with a big grin. Mu Qianxiang had a head of long hair that hung down to her chest. She wore clothes that were extremely broad at the chest, revealing her beautiful collarbone. This kind of spirit lying on his bed caused Qin Xiang's heart to thump. Didn't I say not to disturb my sleep? It was already dark outside, and the sound of insects could be heard. Inside the house was also very cool, but Mu Qianxiang saw that Qin Xiang had been woken up by her, and did not feel any guilt at all. Instead, her face was full of happiness as she laid beside Qin Xiang. I can't sleep. I'm very excited right now, so I can't calm down and cultivate. After Mu Qianxiang laid down, he also pulled Qin Xiang, who was sitting up down, and placed him beside himself. Was somewhat unable to endure Mu Qianxiang's enthusiasm, especially when his arm was hugged and he touched Mu Qianxiang's soft and fragrant peaks through a thin layer of clothes. Lil Xiang, you're not young anymore. You should know that men and women shouldn't be intimate with each other. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you while you're in the same bed as me? Qin Xiang calmed the restlessness in his heart. No, because I'm stronger than you. It won't be that easy for you to harm me. With your current strength, you cannot bully me. I can only bully you. Mu Qianxiang chuckled. Mu Qianxiang held Qin Xiang's arm and said softly, Can you tell me what the outside world is like? I asked the elders and the others, and that's all they have to say. All right, actually, I just ascended to Heaven Realm, so I don't know much about Heaven Realm. Qin Xiang then recounted some of the things he knew and told them in stories, causing Mu Qianxiang to be extremely interested in hearing them. He was mainly talking about some very mysterious things, such as the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and then talking about the stories of the great powers outside. Although she did not sleep that night, Qin Xiang was still very energetic. There was no need to mention Mu Qianxiang. After knowing how wonderful the outside world was, she became even more excited and wished to immediately fly out. Go see my great-grandfather. He's the clan leader here, and he often goes out to hunt some powerful monsters for his clansmen to eat. Everyone uses this method to increase their strength. Mu Qianxiang entered the bathroom and changed into a purple Cheongsam behind the screen, giving her a dignified and Bli temperament. On one hand, it was to welcome the return of the patriarch, and on the other hand, it was to look at the foreigner that Mu Qianxiang had brought over. Mu Qianxiang brought Qin Xiang and walked into the great hall that had a few hundred people standing around. It immediately made Qin Xiang feel a little pressured, because many people were looking at him. He saw that the people here were all in groups, and most of the women were in groups. Mu Qianxiang had previously said that the men here could marry many women, and now that the patriarch had returned, they had to all come out. There were quite a few boys and girls as well, and compared to Mu Qianxiang, the strength of those youths at Mu Qianxiang's age was indeed very far apart. No wonder Mu Qianxiang had such huge privileges, and when she walked in, she did not even bother to look at the people on both sides of the hall. Her entire body was exuding an oppressing aura of arrogance as she walked into the hall and stood behind the few elders. After everyone had arrived, a robust middle-aged man with a mix of black and white hair suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. When Qin Xiang saw him, the middle-aged man disappeared and then reappeared on the big chair at the head of the hall. Very strong. Qin Xiang was overwhelmed with shock. He never thought that the patriarch of the Mu clan would actually have the power to Serpa. The immortal king. At this time, everyone in Mu clan bowed to greet the patriarch. Nothing big happened to our Mu clan, right? The patriarch swept his sharp eyes across the crowd, causing them all to feel a chill in their hearts. Chief, the little girl brought back an outsider. You should have heard about this. The short old man said. The patriarch of the Mu clan immediately looked at Mu Qianxiang. He nodded at him and could tell that he valued Mu Qianxiang greatly. Then plus feeded his gaze back to Qin Xiang. I heard that he is temporarily staying at our place, and after that he will investigate the Samsara Valley. In the future, he will enter the Samsara Valley. The patriarch of the Mu clan said. They were actually going to the Samsara Valley, and when Mu Qianxiang brought Qin Xiang in, everyone felt that Chen Xiang's strength was not very high, like many of the other youths in the clan. He was only at the intermediate stage of the worldly immortal stage, and Mu Qianxiang was even stronger than him. However, everyone heard that he rubbed away Han Chen's middle-grade immortal sword like he was rubbing mud. Great-grandfather, you are the one who understands Samsara Valley the best out of the 9 clans. Elder brother Shin continues to know some things about the situation, and he even brought a great gift. Mu Qianxiang pushed Qin Xiang away and pushed him out of the room. She had greeted Qin Xiang earlier and told him to prepare some gifts for him. The patriarch of the Mu clan shook his head. I have been to the Samsara Valley twice, but have never found anything and almost died inside. I do not understand much about it. I only know of the dangers inside, and I can let him look through some of our ancient books they mentioned about it. Qin Xiang took out a jade box and said, Boy Qin Xiang, because you have obtained a map, you have to come here. I know that the Samsara Valley is very dangerous, so I plan to stay here for a long time. Qin Xiang gave the jade box to Mu Qianxiang and had him bring it over to the patriarch of the Mu clan. You are too polite. You have already given the Chu family 10,000 spiritual crystal SA day, and our Mu clan can also get 2 levels, so the faster people who come are the customers. If it were not for the rule that was made many years ago, you would not be stopped outside the barrier today. The patriarch of the Mu clan said, while smiling. As he spoke, he opened the jade box and saw a fruit filled with immortal energy. He was stunned. Although he had grown up in this sealed-off place, he still recognized the fruit. The patriarch of the Mu clan took a deep breath and said, Longevity fruit! There were also immortal fruits like longevity fruit as here, but that had already become history. Now, even the fruit trees no longer existed, and most of the people here had heard of them. There were also immortal fruits like longevity fruit as here, but that had already become history. Now, even the fruit trees no longer existed, and most of the people here had heard of them. Even in the past, when they had longevity fruit were still very precious, so Chen Xiang's courtesy was very precious to them. It could help those who were about to run out of oil to obtain new life, and if they could break through, it would also help their family gain another strong warrior. Originally, Chen Xiang had only planned to take out a few Hunyuan Dan, but seeing that this patriarch was so powerful and was so courteous, he immediately changed his mind and decided to take out the longevity fruit. This way, he would be absolutely safe in the future by staying here. Great-grandfather, just accept it. Mu Qianxiang said. The patriarch looked at Mu Qianxiang, his stern and dignified face revealing a smile. You wild girl, don't bully others. Take good care of this guest who came from afar. The patriarch of the Mu clan said meaningfully, Got it. Mu Qianxiang laughed as he walked to Qin Xiang's side. Wait a moment, bring him to the academy. Go there and flip through the ancient books. The patriarch of the Mu clan put away the longevity fruit and then said to the people, This time when I went out, my harvest was considered bountiful. But if you want to get more beast meat, then you all must display your strength well. Let me see how much you have improved. Second elder, give the wild girl 10,000 caddies of beast meat and let her properly entertain the guests. 10,000 caddies of beast meat made many people in the audience extremely jealous. This was enough for a long time and could increase a lot of power, especially the dozen or so women that were Mu Qianxiang's father, who looked at Mu Qianxiang with sinister eyes. They hated Mu Qianxiang to the bones because he was originally living in the same courtyard as them. Mu Qianxiang's mother was killed because of that group of women. Mu Qianxiang knew clearly in his heart that they had wanted to kill her initially, but they did not succeed. At this time, the women were worried that Mu Qianxiang would take revenge. Mu Qianxiang happily went to collect the 10,000 kilograms of beast meat and then left the hall with Qin Xiang. As for the others, if they wanted to pick up the beast meat, they would have to display their strength in front of the patriarch. The clan head was very concerned about the progress of the disciples within the clan. Every time he came back from hunting, he would do the same thing. Moreover, he had a very good memory, so he could remember what level these people were at the last time. Mu Qianxiang was naturally the one who got the most beast meat every single time. And this time he got even more because of Qin Xiang. Mu Qianxiang brought Qin Xiang back into the bamboo forest and sat next to a roasting furnace. They took out a large piece of beast meat and started cutting it into pieces. "Hurry up and start a fire. I'll grill some meat for you to eat." Mu Qianxiang laughed and said, "I only got 500 kilograms last time. I didn't expect I could get this much this time. I can eat enough at once." She seemed to have forgotten that this beast meat was used to entertain Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang realized that this Mu Qianxiang was also a big eater, just like Long Shui. If she was together with Long Shui, maybe every time she ate it would be an extremely intense eating and drinking compet. One Tian, how often does your great-grandfather go out to hunt? Qin Xiang asked, and also helped cut the beast meat. He realized that the quality of the beast meat was actually very good. He came back this time to rest for a few days and then went out again, probably 3 months later. There's no helping it, he lacks resources, so he can only go hunting for those giant beasts, but there are a lot of them. Great-grandfather said that it should be enough to kill for hundreds of thousands of years. Mu Qianxiang skillfully took the pieces of beast meat and placed it on the metal trident, but Qin Xiang had not lit a fire yet. Qin Xiang took out some charcoal made from high-grade wood and threw it into the furnace. Afterwards, he released the heaven flame from his palm and made the charcoal burn. "You know how to set fire to people, that's great." Mu Qianxiang said excitedly, "I don't know how to use fire." Qin Xiang looked at the meat carefully and asked, "What kind of beast is this? The quality is very good." "Not only is it not bad, this is much better than the meat of the small gold eagle. It contains a large amount of immortal elemental energy. Remember to roast my portion." Long Shui said, "Shao Xiang, can I go hunting with your great-grandfather?" Qin Xiang asked, "Are you sure you want to go? My great-grandfather told me to go last time, but I had other things to do, so I refused. If you want to go, I'll go with you." Mu Qianxiang laughed. "My great-grandfather wishes for me to become the strongest huntress in the entire 9 nations in the future." Qin Xiang took out some seasonings and made it into a few small bowls. Then she used a brush to brush them on top of the roast meat, making people drool while she roasted them. When Mu Qianxiang saw this, she also did the same thing. "I'll bring you to the academy after you've eaten your fill. I didn't expect you to be such a treasure. You can make the roast meat taste so good." Mu Qianxiang laughed happily. "Elder brother Shin, is your wife as beautiful as me?" As Mu Qianxiang ate the roast meat, her jade face became oily. When she ate, she was as fast and crazy as Long Shui. "She's much prettier than you." Qin Xiang slightly smiled. "Maybe she's just as powerful as you right now. Furthermore, she knows how to refine formations." After Mu Qianxiang heard this, he was shocked because she did not know how to refine or set up an array. "She's so amazing. You can't use fire, you can't learn it." Qin Xiang laughed. "I won't do it now, but that doesn't mean I won't do it in the future." Mu Qianxiang was obviously very confident that he could use fire. "If you really can go out, I wish you could go to Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country and stay there with him. Although it's not to learn refining formations, you can still learn her skills. I heard that up until now. She still hasn't found a good candidate to Pa S on her absolute arts." Qin Xiang said this was what Su Meiyao had told him. "We'll talk about it after we get out." Over the years, the experts from the 9 clans wanted to get out, but they were unable to do so. Furthermore, quite a few experts died. Mu Qianxiang sighed. Qin Xiang really wanted to bring this wild girl, who had a special talent, out. If nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely become a strong female in the future. Maybe it would make the heaven realm even more lively. Qin Xiang roasted a lot of meat, and the majority of it was for Long Shui to eat. He himself also ate a lot. and after eating it, he ACCU. Mu lacked a large amount of immortal qi in his body, and with a little refining, he could turn it into pure and rich innate qi. Both Long Shuai and Mu Qianxiang had a huge appetite, and in an instant they had eaten several hundred kilograms of beast meat. Fortunately, Chan Xiang had hidden it well, and he did not find out that he had secretly brought away some of the beast meat for Long Shuai to eat. Both Long Shuai and Mu Qianxiang had a huge appetite, and in an instant they had eaten several hundred kilograms of beast meat. Fortunately, Chan Xiang had hidden it well, and he did not find out that he had secretly brought away some of the beast meat for Long Shuai to eat. I've eaten my fill. I should go to the academy to take a look. There are many ancient books there, but there aren't many records about the Samsara Valley. I should be able to finish them soon. Mu Qianxiang licked his lips and took a sip of the sweet fruit wine. Chun Xiang was not in a hurry to go to the Samsara Valley. The Mu clan's academy was a small house with 6 to 7 large rooms and shelves filled with books. Once Mu Qianxiang arrived, he immediately asked an old man. The old man seemed to already know that there would be people reading the ancient books about the Samsara Valley. He immediately brought Chan Xiang into a study room and took out a book that was made from a thin layer of beast skin. Fortunately, Chan Xiang could understand these ancient characters. When he was in the 10 heavenly sacred mountain previously, after fusing with the stone tablets, he was able to learn these ancient characters. You can actually understand it? There are many ancient characters here that I don't recognize. The old man in charge of supervising the academy said, "Yes." Chun Xiang nodded his head, and then quickly flipped through the pages of the ancient book, searching for something useful. This ancient book was not really thick, only dozens of pages. Chun Xiang finished flipping through it very quickly, and not many things were recorded in it. Most of them were recorded from many years ago, including who and where they went to the Samsara Valley, and in the end, they did not return. However, those who could still live after entering the Samsara Valley did not even enter the depths. They did not even reach the valley where the beast-slain method was located. After a mysterious force stopped them at the entrance of the valley, they immediately retreated. However, just as they were about to leave the valley, they were pulled back by another wave of energy, and then they were met with all sorts of violent attacks. In an instant, their bodies were injured, and they had to use all of their strength to escape. Most of those who were unable to escape must have died inside. This was also the reason why they didn't return after entering. Anything else? Chin Xiang asked. Nope, it's just this book. The Samsara Valley has been here for many years, and all those who went in were recorded on it. Most of the people that did not come back are powerful warriors. The old man said. Chun Xiang was very disappointed and sighed helplessly. That is something that cannot be helped. To be honest, not to mention you, even if our chief goes to that place, he will be courting death. The old man shook his head. That's the only way out of here. Mu Qianxiang said in a low voice. How could she not know that it was impossible to safely enter the Samsara Valley and leave the place after? I also know that there is a valley in the middle of Samsara Valley. Once we enter that valley, we will be able to see the beast-slain method, but we cannot go there. The old man said, Young man, you will stay here for the rest of your life. There will definitely be a way. It's just that you guys are too stupid. You haven't thought that sometimes you won't be able to solve a problem just by relying on brute force. You need to rely on your brains instead. Seeing the disappointment on Chan Xiang's face, Mu Qianxiang immediately said to the old man, then pulled Chen Xiang out of the academy. Elder brother Shin, you have plenty of time. Mu Qianxiang comforted him. When your spiritual crystal is not enough, tell me. I will do my best to help you, so that you can stay here for a long time. While raising your strength, think of a way to leave this place. Chun Xiang revealed a smile. The more impossible things are for others to accomplish, the more I want to challenge them. This is a situation that I often encounter. Mu Qianxiang still did not know what kind of person Chin Xiang was now. If there was a day she could leave this place and go to Heaven Realm, she would understand what Qin Xiang was trying to say. Qin Xiang had done many things that others would think they would not be able to do. Seeing Qin Xiang smile, Mu Qianxiang was also very happy. Let me bring you over to play. I'll familiarize myself with this place first. There was a beauty sleeping and eating with him. This made Qin Xiang feel comfortable, but he would not lose the strong desire to leave this place in the midst of enjoying it. On the contrary, he wanted to bring this wild girl who was dreaming about the wonderful world outside with him. Qin Xiang giving the patriarch a longevity fruit. This matter caused a huge stir in the 9 clans. Regretted it greatly now. He did not expect Qin Xiang to be a tyke. Now, everyone knew that Qin Xiang was a Mu clan, and he was even accompanied by that famous wild girl from Mu clan. However, people from other families all thought that Qin Xiang, that longevity fruit, was equivalent to a betrothal gift. Moreover, they never thought that women would be so valuable. Although Mu Qianxiang was a young, immortal monarch, from their point of view, he still had a low status. From the looks of it, he was a young, immortal monarch. Mu Qianxiang brought Qin Xiang out for a stroll for a long time, and after hearing some gossip, he could only smile indifferently. Was very generous, buying a huge pile of pills whenever he saw something he could eat. He let Qin Xiang eat a lot, of course. Most of the ingredients were for her and Long Shui. In the evening, Mu Qianxiang and Qin Xiang returned to the quiet bamboo forest and sat next to the barbecue outside their house, ready to eat a beast meat feast. I am only worth a longevity fruit. I had to put in a lot of effort to train myself. Mu Qianxiang mocked himself. If you don't want to marry, then even 1,000 longevity fruit can't do anything to you, you wild girl. Qin Xiang chuckled. If I were to marry you, the betrothal gift would definitely not only be that of a longevity fruit, it would really be too unfair for you. How many would that be? Mu Qianxiang asked with great interest. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin, frowned, and thought for a while, then said seriously, At least I need 2 longevity fruit. He deserves a beating. Mu Qianxiang was originally full of antic. Asian for a good answer, but didn't expect Qin Xiang to actually be joking. Qin Xiang caught hold of her jade fists that were SMAs. Plussing towards him and said with a laugh, If I wanted to marry you, I would not give you a single longevity fruit, because at that time I would already have gotten you out of here. Even if you take me out, I won't marry you. Mu Qianxiang scoffed. A multicolored ray of light suddenly flashed across the dusky sky, and a gigantic multicolored ball of light streaked across the skies above the Mu clan's mansion, giving off a scorching aura. At this moment, everyone on the ground felt a wave of heat attack them. What's this? Qin Xiang raised his head and looked at the 7-colored ball of light that was slowly moving across the sky. Does this often appear in your place? When Mu Qianxiang saw the 7-colored ball of light, his expression became extremely serious. This thing is big trouble. That beautiful 7-colored ball of light, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem like it could bring about misfortune to anyone. However, in Mu Qianxiang's mouth, it was a calamity. That beautiful 7-colored ball of light, no matter how you looked at it, didn't seem like it could bring about misfortune to anyone. However, in Mu Qianxiang's mouth, it was a calamity. Do they appear often? Qin Xiang asked. Of course not. If we were to appear often, we wouldn't be able to survive. Mu Qianxiang quickly finished the barbecue. Suddenly, an urgent bell chime sounded. Mu Qianxiang stood up and said, This is the bell chime for the entire clan to assemble. What kind of disaster will the bane bring to us? Qin Xiang asked curiously. This thing will appear once every few thousand or even 10,000 years, and will sometimes be safe, but sometimes it will bring about all kinds of disasters. This thing will appear once every few thousand or even 10,000 years and sometimes be safe, But sometimes it will bring about all kinds of disasters, and once it will fall into the ground, it will explode and release all kinds of terrifying powers. Mu Qianxiang walked quickly. With Qin Xiang following behind her, he asked, "This can't be a coincidence. After all these years, there must have been someone deliberately bringing them in." "I don't know. No one knows where this thing came from." Since Mu Qianxiang was young, she had heard a lot about this colorful jinx, so her expression was currently very solemn. This means that every time they appear, many people will die. Qin Xiang felt that this matter must have some sort of secret behind it. He suspected that someone was actually trying to destroy the 9 clan that was guarding this place. If it really was made by man, then this person must be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to condense such a thing and send it here from a faraway place, whether it is the 9 clans or the other commoners. All of them will be affected by the calamity. That kind of power is extremely terrifying, and right now, Colorful Jinx has only just appeared. Legend has it that after it appears, a natural disaster will occur within the next 7 days and 7 nights. Qin Xiang followed Mu Qianxiang to a large plaza of the Mu clan's courtyard. Everyone here had as serious an expression as Mu Qianxiang. "Shui, do you know where that thing landed? Do you have any leads?" Qin Xiang asked. After the colorful jinx appeared, Long Shui immediately used the heaven tour to follow. It hasn't descended yet. This thing is very strange. It actually circled around the spirit formation, and it seemed to be gathering its power. Long Shui said, "This colorful jinx is outside the barrier. He should be from very far away. I can't see what kind of energy is condensed inside, but the thing outside is definitely the rainbow sky fire. Right now, it is circling around this huge sacred ground, absorbing a large amount of immortal energy to strengthen itself." At this time, the sky had already darkened, and from time to time, a rainbow light would flash across the sky. Colorful jinx mischievously flew randomly in the air. The patriarch of Mu clan, Mu Tianhu, stood on a stage in the plaza and said loudly, "Everyone should have known about this since young, so I won't say too much. Furthermore, we have done the related training every once in a while, and now we will do the training the people below Immortal Monarch should go into the depths to take refuge first." Very quickly, a large group of people walked out from the plaza, leaving behind a few hundred people with the strength of Immortal Monarch. Mu Qianxiang was an Immortal Monarch, so she was also here. Only now did Qin Xiang realize that Mu Qianxiang was the only female in the Immortal Monarch, and it could be seen that female experts were very rare in this place. "Qianxiang, take Qin Xiang to another place to seek refuge. The more than 10 outstanding disciples are all at that place. You should know where it is." Mu Tianhu said, But do you really not need my help here? My strength should be able to withstand some of the power of the natural disaster." Mu Qianxiang asked softly. She also wanted to contribute a bit. "No need. Take him to that place to seek shelter as soon as possible." Mu Tianhu's voice became strict. Mu Qianxiang did not dare to say more. He dragged Qin Xiang along as if they were flying and ran towards the back door of the Mu clan, entering a gigantic stone mountain. "The colorful jinx has landed. It's huge, as big as a city, and is pretty close to here. Should we go take a look?" Long Shui asked. "What if that thing explodes? Wouldn't that be courting death?" Qin Xiang said. He never thought that the moment he came to this place, he would be met with such misfortune, one that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. "You won't die easily. The profound wood diamond armor on you should be able to protect you." Long Shui replied, "If it's not possible, I can use some of my power to help you withstand it." If he wasn't confident, Long Shui wouldn't have sent Qin Xiang to die, and for Long Shui to send him there, it was obvious that she was very curious about the colorful jinx. Qin Xiang, who was being pulled away by Mu Qianxiang, suddenly stopped and pulled Mu Qianxiang over to his side. "What are you doing?" Mu Qianxiang frowned. "The colorful jinx landed on the ground and has not exploded yet. They are obviously gathering their power. I want to go and take a look. Qin Xiang said. You knew that the colorful jinx had landed. Mu Qianxiang's face was filled with suspicions, but she still said resolutely, You cannot go. If you go near that thing, you will die. There are records in the ancient books that someone once tried to get near to the colorful jinx to destroy it, but if you go near it, you would mysteriously die. That colorful jinx has a very powerful devouring force. As long as you get near it, no matter how strong you are, your entire body's power will be devoured. But you're not afraid. Your power is in that mysterious dantian of yours. It's very hard to devour it. Long Shui said, I'm not afraid. I need to go take a look. You go take refuge there first. Qin Xiang said as she released Mu Qianxiang's hands. Stepping on the shrinking step, she traveled through S-P-A-C and S-P-A-C, and in a few moments she was already gone. This speed caused Mu Qianxiang to be extremely surprised. Even if she wanted to chase after him, she did not know where he had gone to. This brat don't die. Mu Qianxiang scolded. She was angry in her heart. Qin Xiang actually did not listen to her and went to do such a foolish thing. Mu Qianxiang was helpless. He could only run to the place of refuge. The closer he got to that place, the more familiar Qin Xiang felt that power. Wasn't this the aura of my super strong robbery power that I tried to kill several times when I was at the Nirvana Doom? Qin Xiang said in shock, but this kind of robbery power is extremely terrifying. People with Nirvana Doom definitely cannot trigger it. Shui, do you know what's going on? Qin Xiang asked. This seems to be a scattered immortal tribulation. If it's really like this, who knows how many people this guy killed? Long Shui seemed to have thought of something and shouted, Wait a moment, quickly enter the rainbow-colored tribulation cloud and take the robbery power holy core away. Qin Xiang had already seen the 7-colored ball of light. It was as tall as a huge mountain and extremely huge from afar. It looked as if it was formed and released waves after waves of bright, 7-colored light. The waves of the terrifying robber power made it hard for people to breathe. Qin Xiang had already seen the 7-colored ball of light. It was as tall as a huge mountain and extremely huge from afar. It looked as if it was formed and released waves after waves of bright, 7-colored light. The waves of the terrifying robber power made it hard for people to breathe. When Qin Xiang saw this 7-colored ball of light, he couldn't help but think of retreating. He felt that if this 7-colored ball of light just one hit him, it would be able to blast him into pieces. What's with the scattered immortal calamity? Qin Xiang braced himself, endured the intense feeling of fear, and continued to rush towards the rainbow ball of light. This thing is not some calamity fiend, it's a bunch of calamity clouds, mainly aimed at people like the scattered immortal. Long Shui said, Scattered immortal formed a heaven pellet at the same time as failing the 9th nirvana tribulation. His soul and strength were all inside the heaven pellet, and then he used the heaven pellet to absorb the spirit energy of the heaven and earth to rebuild his body. Isn't Yen Xylan the same as well? Qin Xiang thought about the elegant and Blee Xylan immortal fairy. However, her soul is very special. She can gather energy. She can use her soul to cultivate for 10,000 years, then reconstruct her body, cultivate the heavenly pill once more, and then mysteriously become an immortal. Therefore, she cannot be considered a scattered immortal, and situations like that rarely occur to her. The situation in Scattered Immortal is also very rare, but it is much more than the situation with Yen Xylan. Long Shui said, after the 9 nirvana tribulations fail, the heaven pellet condensed at the same time meant that he did not die. As long as he succeeded in reconstructing his body, he would become a scattered immortal. Scattered immortal is very scary, especially the tribulations that they encounter every so often. It is said that there are a total of 49 of these tribulations, and every time they cross this tribulation, they would gain a lot of strength. If they fail, they would die, and the robbery power would increase again and again. However, this fellow seems to be experiencing at least 30 tribulations. He hid here to cultivate, causing the 9 clans to suffer. After Qin Xiang digested all of these things, he said in shock, "Then how strong is this guy?" "He's very, very strong. The Bai Shan Wei Yui probably isn't his match. The 3 tribulations of the scattered immortal is equivalent to the late period of human immortal. The 6 tribulations are equivalent to the late stage of the immortal monarch, and the 9 tribulations are equivalent to the late stage of the immortal king. Think about it yourself." Long Shui said, "No wonder every time he appears, he would cause a large group of people to die. This guy is truly guilty." Qin Xiang was extremely surprised. The 9 tribulations of the scattered immortal was equivalent to a late-stage immortal king, and these 30 tribulations had already far surpassed, said the level of a late-stage immortal king. What if the scattered immortal is able to overcome the 79 tribulations? Qin Xiang asked again. Then I can directly become a saint. Very powerful. Long Shui said. Previously, Qin Xiang had heard from the White Tiger that there was some holy demon beast who was a powerful existence which far surpassed, said the immortal king. What realm after the immortal king was, even the immortal kings did not know, only knowing that the immortal kings still had a long way to go before they could enter the holy palace. So this guy is a human? Qin Xiang slowly approached the rainbow-colored tribulation cloud. He wanted to go in and take the robbery power holy core inside away. Of course, it's a human. The demons in the scattered immortal form are even fewer than humans, and it's not a 7-colored tribulation. Long Shui sighed somewhat sorrowfully. In the future, I will also face this kind of annoying tribulation. You too. Qin Xiang had thought that the Imperial Dragon clan's Emperor Dragon would be able to grow to its peak without any calamity. Of course, when our Imperial Dragon clan grows up to a certain stage, he will face the Heavenly Dragon Tribulation, and only after crossing it will he become a Heavenly Dragon. For example, the current Imperial Dragon clan has never crossed the Heavenly Dragon Tribulation. Otherwise, he would be even more powerful. Long Shui disdainfully said, "Seeing that guy's cowardly look, he does not have the guts to try. He planned to boil a sky dragon. In any case, he is considered relatively strong in the heaven realm. Don't look at how easy it was in front of me. I'll have to work hard at the later stages, especially when I'm transforming into a heavenly dragon. It's as hard as becoming a scattered immortal tribulation. There are many times a heavenly dragon tribulation." Long Shui muttered. From the looks of it, she hated the sky dragon tribulation. Qin Xiang released his profound Wu diamond armor and entered the rainbow-colored tribulation cloud. On normal days, it would look like a ball, but when he got closer, he realized that it was indeed just clouds and mist. What's the use of the robbery power? Holy core. Using a spatial travel, Qin Xiang arrived at the center of the SPAC. He had already seen a fist-sized, rainbow-colored bead. The Rainbow Saint Force is inside. Although it's only a little bit, it's enough to increase your strength by a lot, and it's also enough to give you a good foundation for entering the Saint realm in the future. Furthermore, this piece is so big, it should have been condensed with immortal energy for a long time. Long Shui said, back then some ancestral dragons often did this as well, and often followed a few scattered immortals. When they encountered the tribulation in the scattered immortal, they would steal their colorful sacred core and give it to a few small dragons to use. Of course, this is very dangerous. Your luck is good. Many of the colorful sacred core that went to scattered immortal were fighting for it, fighting to the death, and during the battle, all of them died, so the one that does not get affected will be the which is better than Nirvana Doom. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang grabbed onto the colorful sacred core, only feeling that it was a little warm. After he picked it up, he immediately placed it inside his Yuyao ring. Shui, how about I give it to you? It's not much use to me, you keep it. Long Shui was secretly moved. Even the ancestral dragon from back then thought of this as a treasure. but Chen Xiang wanted to give it to her for her to use. Hurry, let's go find that wild girl. I've already used my divine soul to follow her. The tribulation cloud that has its colorful sacred core harvested will still need some time to condense. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang quickly distanced himself from the seven-colored tribulation cloud, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. Following Long Shui's guidance, he went to find the place where he had hidden Mu Qianxiang. Now that the colorful sacred core has been taken away, even if it has been newly condensed, it would still be very small, probably the size of a grain of rice. As a result, the robbery power is very weak. Long Shui said, "How about I go back and squat on the side? Maybe if he fails, I can go pick up something." Chun Xiang said, "Don't go, he can survive until around 30 cycles. His strength is extremely terrifying, and the second time colorful sacred core's robbery power is very easy for him." Long Shui said, "Right now, I do not know if that guy is good stuff, but from the looks of it, he is hiding here to harm people. He is probably not a good person." Chun Xiang felt that this place was becoming more and more unfathomable. To think that there would actually be such a powerful fellow hiding in this place, he had ran for more than 6 hours and finally arrived at the bottom of a huge mountain. There was a stone door in this place, and Mu Qianxiang and a few Mu clan geniuses were hiding inside. Chen Xiang forcefully pushed at the stone door, but was unable to open. Chen Xiang forcefully pushed at the stone door, but was unable to open. It seems like it's impossible to enter using a normal method. Chen Xiang could only use the power of the spatial laws to pass through the stone door. The stone door was very thick, and Chen Xiang was almost unable to pass through it. He was now inside the door. It was a pitch-black tunnel. He released his divine power to check ahead and quickly knew that he had reached the bottom. The rocks on this mountain are very dy, and there is even a formation. It seems like those people were really afraid of the scattered immortals' tribulation. In order to protect some good seedlings, they would not hesitate to build such a place of refuge. Long Shui said, the divine power that Chen Xiang and Qin Xiang had released to investigate was suddenly blocked by a powerful force. It seems like there's a layer of spirit formation inside. The protection is very thorough. Long Shui said, the place to seek refuge was deep under the mountain in the middle of the mountain. When Chen Xiang arrived at the center of the mountain, he saw a vertical hole leading downwards into the depths. Chun Xiang jumped down, and in a moment he was at the bottom, and there was some light plus Ning through from the cracks of a stone door. They are inside. There are quite a few of them. It seems that this is the joint establishment of the 9 clans. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang walked to the door and easily pushed it open. He immediately saw the huge underground room, which was filled with warm rays of light and a few tents at the side of the underground room. There were also some people walking around or chatting in groups of 3 or 5. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone inside looked over and saw an unfamiliar face. Elder Brother Shin. Mu Qianxiang shouted in shock. Originally, no one recognized Qin Xiang, but hearing Mu Qianxiang shout, they immediately understood that he was the outsider and even gifted the Mu clan patriarch a longevity fruit. Although he was temporarily staying here to prepare to enter the Samsara Valley, everyone thought that he would probably stay here forever, because it was impossible for him to leave the Samsara Valley. Mu Qianxiang was very curious as to why Qin Xiang would come here. Previously, Chen Xiang had said that he would go and take a look at the colorful jinx, but he didn't expect him to return so quickly. She did not ask anything, because there were a lot of people here. The young elite disciples of the 9 clans were all here, and including some important young elders, there were also several hundred people. Mu Qianxiang said in a low voice, "That guy is also here, ignore him, follow me." Qin Xiang had already seen Han Chen, and Han Chen was staring at him angrily. His strength and talent could also be considered to be at the top, and was only slightly inferior to Mu Qianxiang's. But before this, many people thought that Mu Qianxiang would very likely marry him after he matured. Mu Qianxiang was worried that Qin Xiang would clash with him, and immediately pulled him towards his own tent. "Ah, Qin, this is the guy that destroyed your celestial sword. Do you want us to help you get it back?" A tall young man walked over and patted Han Chen's shoulder. "It's just that he's relatively rich. Who knows? Maybe he rubbed the immortal sword away from you because he had some sort of treasure. Seeing that he casually took out the longevity fruit S, he should be able to give you a middle-grade immortal sword as compensation." They were all Han Chen's friends. "Let's go." Seeing Mu Qianxiang holding onto Chen Xiang's hand, Han Chen's eyes turned red. His heart was filled with an indescribable rage. Chen Xiang squeezed Mu Qianxiang's hand with a bit of pressure, then looked towards the approaching Han Chen. "It's up to you. This is your territory. It's not good for an outsider like me to do anything here." When the young elders of the Han family saw this, they did not stop them because when Chen Xiang came here, the only benefits were the Mu clan and the Chu family. Those experts were all outside preparing to deal with the 7-colored tribulation, clouds, robbery power, and the strongest in this place were only the young elders. The late-stage immortal monarch did not even have a single immortal king. "Han Chen, are you targeting him?" Mu Qianxiang immediately stood in front of Qin Xiang with a stern expression. "He destroyed my celestial sword. You should know that I want him to compensate me." Han Chen looked at Chen Xiang viciously. He had already forgotten that he was the first one to make a move and Chen Xiang had merely counterattacked. "You attacked him first. You attacked him for no reason at all. You were the one who brought harm to the immortal sword." Mu Qianxiang said coldly. Some of the spectators had already surrounded them. They also wanted to see how Chen Xiang had actually destroyed that person's immortal sword. Han Chen did not dare to provoke Mu Qianxiang, since Mu Qianxiang's strength was at least on his level. Even he and the dozen or so helpers behind him were not her match. "You want to stand behind a woman? Don't you have the dignity a man should have? If you have the guts, then stand up and don't hide behind a woman." Han Chen purposely said it out loud, trying to embarrass Qin Xiang, because this was indeed a very embarrass Sing thing. However, Qin Xiang was born with thick skin. Even if the number of spectators increased by 10 to 100 times, he would still not feel any pressure. Everyone originally thought that Qin Xiang would immediately stand up, but who knew that he actually had a thick smile on his face. "If it's only a verbal exchange, I'll accompany you at any time. But if you want to fight, then I'm sorry, I can't beat you guys by myself. I solemnly declare here that I will never compensate you for that immortal sword." Han Chen was enraged and shouted, "Coward, quickly come out." Chen Xiang shook his head. "I gave them a protection fee. The Chu family took my 80,000 spiritual crystal, and the Mu clan took 20,000. They all promised me that they wouldn't be troubled here." Mu Qianxiang immediately said, "That's right, his cultivation is not as high as yours. You just have to let people fight with you. Aren't you clearly picking on him? I'm currently an immortal monarch. If you dare touch him, then don't blame me for being impolite. If you have the guts, come at me. You are a woman. If you were a man, even if you were an immortal king, I would still fight you to the death." Han Chen sneered. "Xiao Xiang, get out of the way." Qin Xiang suddenly sighed, causing him to be secretly happy. Mu Qianxiang frowned. He was unwilling, but he still stood at the side. Qin Xiang took out an immortal sword. It was a middle-grade sword, and much better than the one that Han Chen had. "You should have done that long ago." Han Chen's heart became excited. He could tell that the middle-grade immortal sword in Qin Xiang's hand was much better than his. He felt that he had earned a lot more. Just as Han Chen walked over and extended his hand to receive it, Qin Xiang suddenly groaned. One hand grabbed onto the sword tip, while the other grabbed onto the sword hilt, using all his strength to break it. Hearing the loud and clear cracking sound, everyone was stunned. They previously did not believe that Qin Xiang's strength could destroy a mid-grade immortal sword, but they had never expected that they would see it with their own eyes, and that mid-grade immortal sword was even better. Han Chen's face froze, his entire person frozen in place, and he even extended his hand out to catch it. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. I've said it before, I will never compensate you. Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Even if I were to dispose of it as garbage, I won't return it to you. On one hand, he was surprised that Chen Xiang had destroyed such a good immortal sword. On the other hand, he was surprised at Chen Xiang's strength, so much so that he did not reveal a single bit of innate qi, and directly broke a good quality middle-grade immortal sword, which meant that Chen Xiang was very strong, at least not as weak as he appeared to be. On one hand, he was surprised that Chen Xiang had destroyed such a good immortal sword. On the other hand, he was surprised at Chen Xiang's strength, so much so that he did not reveal a single bit of innate qi, and directly broke a good quality middle-grade immortal sword, which meant that Chen Xiang was very strong, at least not as weak as he appeared to be. At the moment, Han Chen was only a few points of anger. The muscles on his face were twitching, and his fists were clenching tightly. Back then, you almost killed me with that sword strike of yours. After that, not only did you not apologize to me, you even rationally ordered me to return that intermediate-grade immortal sword of yours. Dream on. Chen Xiang's voice was cold. He casually threw away the two halves of the middle-grade immortal sword, as though he was throwing away trash. In his eyes, middle-grade immortal swords were trash to begin with. He had quite a few divine weapons, so of course he wouldn't be interested in this sort of trash. However, in this place where resources were scarce, it was extremely precious. At the same time, they were also shocked by Chen Xiang's rich and imposing manner. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, Han Chen roared, his fist fiercely punching out. In an instant lightning flashed and thunder roared. The violent lightning on his fist flickered. In that moment, Mu Qianxiang also shouted in shock, but she was too late to stop it. She did not expect Han Chen to release such a powerful attack the moment he appeared. When everyone saw Han Chen's punch, it brought out tens of thick bolts of lightning, causing them to immediately dodge far away. This was because this was the Han family's very famous Thunder Brilliance Fist. In the instant when everyone dodged, they also saw a terrifying bolt of lightning charge towards Han Chen's fist. Chen Xiang also made his move. He had been prepared for it. The moment Han Chen punched, all the innate qi in his body immediately activated, condensing into lightning energy with the fastest speed possible, and Gus plussing out from his fist. Chen Xiang's fist did not only contain the berserk thunder and lightning energy, he also had the power of his fleshly body brought about by the body of heavenly sage. Boom! 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 The two fists clashed, and a burst of strong light and a few arrays of rumbling sounds exploded outwards. Chen Xiang and that Han Chen were both blown away. It was just that Han Chen was sent flying, and when he landed he rolled over 30 meters away. But Chen Xiang just stood there steadily. The light ray disappeared, and everyone used their stinging eyes to look at Han Chen, who had an ugly expression on his face. The hand Han Chen struck out earlier was trembling. It was full of cracks and had been burnt black by the strong lightning. The Chen Xiang, who had already entered the intermediate stage of the worldly immortal stage, would even dare to fight with his life on the line against the immortal monarch, not to mention the Han Chen of the late period of human immortal. This is the second time you've tried to kill me. Chen Xiang's face turned gloomy. Everyone could feel his dense killing intent. At the same time, the young elders of the Han family all surrounded Han Chen, preventing him from killing them. Just a moment ago, he was hiding behind Mu Qianxiang and said that he couldn't beat her. But who knew that he would heavily injure Han Chen the moment he attacked? Han Chen had actually used the thunder power, but Han Chen had actually been defeated by the thunder power that she was so proud of. Chen Xiang did not have any deep grudges with the Han family. It was just that Han Chen had a conflict with him, so he would not be so ruthless to kill him. If not, Han Chen would have already died. Mu Qianxiang pulled Chen Xiang into the tent. She also didn't want to have any greater conflicts here, as it wouldn't benefit anyone, let alone the current situation. Scoundrel, you've been hiding your strength so deeply. Mu Qianxiang looked at Chen Xiang reproachfully. I was worried to death just now. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. One punch was all it took to beat Han Chen up to the point that his temper disappeared. Humph, I thought you weren't that powerful, and I wasn't on guard against you at all, but now that I think about it. Thought about the matter of him sleeping on the same bed as Chen Xiang previously. At first, she thought that she had absolute strength to suppress Chen Xiang and wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. But now that she thought about it again, her heart couldn't help but tremble, because she now knew that Chen Xiang was very strong as well, and wasn't as easy to deal with as she had imagined. Do I look like a bad person? Chen Xiang chuckled. If I had been up to no good with you, you would have. Seeing Chen Xiang's evil smile, Mu Qianxiang pinched Chen Xiang's arm. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a good person. When he thought about how Chen Xiang broke the middle-grade immortal sword, Mu Qianxiang was also extremely angry in his heart. You are such a waste. You destroyed such a good immortal sword just to anger Han Chen. Isn't it just a broken immortal sword? Chun Xiang said in disdain. Elder brother Shin, tell me honestly, were you a disciple of a super great power in the 9 days outside? Mu Qianxiang asked, because Chen Xiang was very generous and did not even put the middle-grade immortal sword in his eyes. A mid-grade immortal sword was still very precious. Even a prince like He Feng would not waste such a precious treasure. No, let me be honest with you. I am actually a leader of a great power. Chun Xiang said seriously. I don't believe that if you were a leader, you would at least be an immortal king, but you don't have the strength of an immortal king. Mu Qianxiang stuck out his tongue. All you know is to lie to me. Chun Xiang said with a serious face. In the future, when you go out and ask for my name, you will know how powerful I am. I have many enemies outside. You must not tell anyone that you are very familiar with me. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Really? Seeing Chun Xiang's serious face, Mu Qianxiang started to believe him. Yes. Chun Xiang nodded. Oh, yeah. Did you see that colorful jinx? Mu Qianxiang asked again. Previously, when Chen Xiang suddenly ran away, he was to see the colorful jinx. I see him, but I'm back. It looks like I have to leave this place quickly. Someone from Colorful Jinx brought him here on purpose, and that guy is very strong. Chen Xiang said in a serious tone. How did you know? Over the years, many experts of the 9 clans didn't understand. You actually knew that after this matter, you must tell my great-grandfather. Mu Qianxiang said, Of course, I need to go into seclusion to cultivate for a period of time. That colorful jinx will need a period of time to explode, so you can help me protect me from here. Chun Xiang took out the colorful sacred core and held it in his hand. Mu Qianxiang sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, elder brother Shin. After this matter is over, I will bring you to a place where there are immortal fruits that can help you become stronger. And don't worry, I will definitely bring you out. I feel that the outside world cannot lack a wild girl like you. Chen Xiang laughed. He had already known that Mu Qianxiang had a fortuitous encounter. If not, she would not have progressed so fast. It won't be destroyed by the colorful jinx, right? Chen Xiang was a little worried. No, that place is very safe. After the 7-colored tribulation SES, I will take out some immortal fruits for my great-grandfather to leave with you. My great-grandfather will agree. As Mu Qianxiang said till here, she felt a little sad. This was something she had been hesitant about all this while. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you will be able to reunite with him, as long as you can become an expert. Qin Xiang said. He knew that it would be difficult for Mu Qianxiang to make this decision. I can definitely do it. Mu Qianxiang was very confident. Go cultivate then. I'll stay by your side. Mu Qianxiang saw a rainbow pearl in Qin Xiang's hands that looked very similar to the colorful jinx, but she didn't ask. She suspected that it was an energy stone dropped by the colorful jinx, similar to the spiritual crystal. activated his cultivation technique and quickly absorbed the energy inside the colorful sacred core. Although the colorful sacred core was small, the energy it contained was extremely vast. The moment Qin Xiang activated his divine arts, he immediately felt a large amount of seven-colored energy entering his body. Very quickly, it turned into a seven-colored innate qi, entering into his dantian and into the five beast statue. What's going on with this seven-colored innate qi? Qin Xiang was very surprised, but it did not affect him at all. Don't worry, the seven colors will slowly merge together. Colorful sacred core must be very powerful. Long Shui said, yes, there's a lot of energy inside. Originally, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but after refining it, once it enters the dantian, it immediately becomes the size of a watermelon. Qin Xiang said, this way, the amount he could absorb was huge, allowing him to quickly strengthen his heaven pellet. After more than 10 days, Qin Xiang was awoken by a burst of violent trembling, while Mu Qianxiang sat at the side with a solemn face. It has begun. It used to be within 7 days. Who would have thought that it would only start after the 16th day? Mu Qianxiang sighed helplessly. I think a lot of my superiors will die. If Qin Xiang had not taken away the colorful sacred core, it would have happened within 7 days. There are quite a few people here. It should be packed. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang walked out of the tent and saw that quite a few tents had been set up. There were even some that were extremely huge and luxurious. Coming quickly, don't go out and cause trouble. Mu Qianxiang pulled Qin Xiang back, and her finger arts told her that Qin Xiang was very good at causing trouble. Who are these people that came in here? Qin Xiang asked. Some of the wives and children of big figures would try their best to make their favorite wives and children hide here. As for my father, he has only brought in 8 women, and the others are probably the ones he's tired of and will probably die on. Mu Qianxiang said, how is your training progressing? Mu Qianxiang asked. Nothing much. It's only been 10 days. What effect can it have? Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. He looked at the colorful sacred core in his hand, but it did not lose any luster at all. If it's me, then it's effective. Mu Qianxiang smiled proudly. My cultivation is very fast and also very stable. Was also very curious about Mu Qianxiang's cultivation method. It was all other people's secret, and normally they would avoid other people from getting hot. But Qin Xiang felt that he was very familiar with Mu Qianxiang, so he was not worried and directly asked, how do you cultivate? Is it only you? Seeing Qin Xiang being so concerned, Mu Qianxiang laughed. Elder brother Shin, right now you are in urgent need of increasing your strength. You are already very strong yourself. Seeing Qin Xiang being so concerned, Mu Qianxiang laughed. Elder brother Shin, right now you are in urgent need of increasing your strength. You are already very strong yourself. With my current strength, I'm nothing in this world. Your great-grandfather is very powerful, able to kill me with a single palm. Qin Xiang had many enemies in the outside world. If he could improve his cultivation here, then when he leaves this place in the future, he won't feel so much pressure outside. My cultivation method is only suitable, but Mu Qianxiang said, then sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Wait until I bring you to that place. Maybe you'll be able to train a little faster inside. What the H-E-L is that place? Qin Xiang was extremely curious because Mu Qianxiang was extremely mysterious. Whenever he brought up this matter, he would send a sound transmission to prevent anyone from finding out. At that time, I was only a little over 10 years old. I realized that place was only a few years old and could make me into a mortal monarch. At that time, I will take you there to find out. Mu Qianxiang patted Qin Xiang's head. Then what about Han Qin? Qin Xiang asked. He had been cultivating for the past 10 days, so he was not clear about what was happening outside. What can he do? He doesn't dare to come again. Without absolute strength, he doesn't have the courage to act arrogantly in front of you. His brain isn't damaged. Mu Qianxiang chuckled. Your attack is quite heavy. Let the Han family use up a lot of precious medicine to help him recover his arm. This is also called heavy. If it was outside, I would have killed this guy who came to cause trouble for me all day long. Qianxiang snorted. He was no joke now. Although the colorful sacred core was taken away by Qianxiang, the robbery power that was released from the newly formed colorful sacred core was not weak either. Judging from this level of activity, it was very likely that a lot of the higher-ups would die. This was also a last resort. 3 days had passed, said, and the atmosphere had calmed down. Those who were here received the notice and were allowed to go up now. Qianxiang and Mu Qianxiang were at the very front. After they flew through the tunnel, they realized that the huge mountain they had been standing on was no longer there. So powerful! Qianxiang exclaimed in his heart. Originally, this place was surrounded by huge stone mountains, but now it had become a flat ground with steam rising from it. Back to our town. Seeing how the place he grew up in turned out to be like this, Mu Qianxiang's heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. At the same time, it also caused her to be extremely worried for her great-grandfather. Very quickly, Mu Qianxiang and Qianxiang arrived at the town where the Mu clan was. However, this place was no longer the same, only a stretch of ruins. This place was only swept up by the heat wave emitted by the powerful 7-colored heavenly fire and has become like this. I wonder how the heart of the 7-colored tribulation cloud is like. Long Shui said, Is there not a single survivor? Mu Qianxiang ran into a town full of ruins. There were only a few rocks that were resistant to heat that remained. Most of the other things had turned to dust in the heat wave. There's someone over there. Let's go take a look. Using his divine power, Qianxiang detected auras in a relatively large stone hut. Mu Qianxiang anxiously followed Qianxiang, and when they arrived at the side of the stone hut, they saw an old man with a head full of messy hair lying on the ground, his lower half of his body being pressed down by a huge boulder. Great-grandfather. Mu Qianxiang anxiously shouted, but Qianxiang had already sent the huge boulder flying. When Mu Qianxiang floated Mu Tianhu, his aura was very weak, and with a single glance one could tell that he had suffered from a very serious internal injury. I don't know who did it, but his 7 souls and 6 souls are heavily injured, and it's very difficult to save them. This is at least someone on the same level as him, and that's why he was able to cause such an injury. Qianxiang said. This was what Long Shui had told him. Mu Tianhu was the patriarch of the Mu clan. He had lived for many years, and his strength was very strong as well. So at this moment he had not completely died, but he was holding on to his breath. He opened his eyes and saw Mu Qianxiang here. Mu Qianxiang was very strong, but her eyes were already moist. Great-grandfather, you're so amazing. You can definitely endure it. Mu Tianhu's aura became weaker and weaker. He said in a low voice, The storage bag in my hands have something that I left for you. Leave this place quickly. Who is it? Mu Qianxiang immediately shouted out in anger. The other 5 clans, including an elder of our Mu clan. In short, leave quickly. Otherwise, if they come to find me, even you will die. Who will avenge me in the future? Mu Tianhu was very excited. He forced out a breath of air and spoke loudly. Take the 5 clans. Great-grandfather, you must tell me. Mu Qianxiang held Mu Tianhu's hand tightly. She had lost all her tears and felt endless hatred and anger afterwards. Except Mu, Zhao Ji and Li. Mu Tianhu used up all his remaining strength and closed his eyes. His body immediately became extremely stiff and then slowly shriveled up before finally turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Someone's coming. Qianxiang immediately grabbed Mu Qianxiang and quickly left the place. Qianxiang brought Mu Qianxiang to the edge of the barrier, and only these places were not destroyed. Currently, in this sacred ground, there are heavy casualties. Previously, Chun Xiang had planned to inform the patriarchs of the 9 clans about the scattered immortals' calamity after coming out of the cave, but he was afraid that things were not going well. Chun Xiang guessed that Mu Tianhu definitely had something that those people wanted to take care of in their hands, or maybe Mu Tianhu was threatening them in some way, which made it hard for them to be at ease. Inside a cave, Mu Qianxiang sat on the ground, holding her knees as she stared blankly at the fire. Her face was filled with grief, and her pair of beautiful eyes were a little red and swollen. "Xiao Xiang, I hope you'll forgive me." Chun Xiang sighed and handed over a piece of roasted beast meat to Mu Qianxiang. "Great-grandfather is the person who treats me the best." Mu Qianxiang took the piece of beast meat and took a big bite. "I must avenge him. I will definitely take revenge for this, but not now." Chun Xiang comforted her. "What you need to do now is to adjust your mood and not let yourself fall into the endless abyss of hatred. Otherwise, that way, you'll live your entire life in hatred, and your great-grandfather definitely wouldn't want to see you like this." Mu Qianxiang swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded. "I know what to do now. I don't have the strength to take revenge yet." "Even if you have the ability, you won't be able to take revenge." Suddenly, a voice came out from outside the cave, causing Chun Xiang and Mu Qianxiang to stand up immediately. "Who are you?" Chun Xiang shouted. "Someone to thank. Someone to thank." Chun Xiang and Mu Qianxiang both looked outside the cave, but then they trembled all over because unknowingly that person had already entered. Furthermore, he was sitting next to the fire, eating the beast meat that Chun Xiang had roasted. He was a middle-aged man with a small mustache and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. However, his squinty smile made him look kind. He wore a clean set of white clothes, and his figure looked somewhat emaciated. However, he looked very healthy and lively. He sat there eating the roast meat and said with a smile, "This meat is really delicious, even though I don't need to eat this kind of food to increase my strength." "How can you be like this? You haven't even gotten the approval of others, and you're still eating randomly." Mu Qianxiang frowned. The meat was originally roasted for her to eat. Chun Xiang tugged at Mu Qianxiang because the person in front of him was very frightening and was not someone Mu Qianxiang and him could deal with. "This guy is a scattered immortal. You should know who he is by now." Long Shui reminded Chun Xiang, "You just said that you have to thank me. What are you thanking me for?" Chun Xiang asked, "You should know who I am now, right? I never thought that in this era there would be someone who knows that colorful sacred core can be taken away, so you should also know that I'm a scattered immortal." The middle-aged man smiled. "My surname is Duan, and I'm Duan Ming." Chun Xiang said in a heavy voice, "After all these years, many people have died under your scattered immortal's tribulation. Don't you feel a bit guilty?" Mu Qianxiang started to understand. The guy who was casually eating other people was the one who had attracted the 7-colored sky disaster. "I couldn't help it. I was sealed in this place, and in order to escape, I had to increase my strength. In the past, there wasn't a single person above this place." Duan Ming sighed helplessly. "Nonsense. Our 9 clans have been in this place since ancient times." Mu Qianxiang immediately retorted, "Since ancient times, do you 9 clans know what kind of place this is? Your so-called 9 clans are merely descendants inherited from a group of people who mistakenly entered this place and were unable to leave it." Duan Ming said amiably, "I came here earlier than you. This is a restricted area of the sacred beast's ancient realm. It is not a sacred place." Although Mu Qianxiang was very unhappy with this Duan Ming was very strong, much stronger than her great-grandfather. "Then can you take us out?" Mu Qianxiang asked, but she hoped that this guy would bring her to take revenge the most. "No, I can only go out by myself. I can't even bring half a person with me, or else I'll only harm myself and others." Duan Ming said, "Then why did you say you were grateful to my elder brother Shin just now?" Mu Qianxiang said, "Little girl, I said I can't take you out, and I also didn't say I can't help you out. Duan Ming laughed heartily. I am grateful to others. And of course I did not say it out loud. He is equivalent to saving half of my life. Chun Xiang said, I won't leave this place until I obtain the beast-slain method. Duan Ming nodded his head. So you are not a person from here, you came from the outside. That is your goal, your strength is not strong, but you are able to reach here, not bad, huh? The beast-slain method is the sacred art from the cliff in the Samsara Valley. Mu Qianxiang asked. Yes. Qin Xiang and Duan Ming answered at the same time. Honestly speaking, even with my current strength, I am unable to enter the Samsara Valley to see the beast-slain method. Back then, several powerful holy beasts joined hands to lay a barrier and sealed it, making it difficult to break through. Duan Ming said, Initially that was also my purpose for coming here, but my luck was bad. I met a very powerful guy and was sealed here by him after several tens of thousands of years, and after the seal had loosened a bit, I was able to escape. You can really help us get out. Is it safe? Mu Qianxiang asked anxiously. It's still safe, but you'll have to endure a little pain. Duan Ming looked at Qin Xiang and said, However, this little brother still needs to go find that beast-slain method. My method can only be used once every 1,000 years. I'll convince him. You don't have to worry about that. Mu Qianxiang was very confident. All right, I'll go and prepare. We'll meet here in a month. Duan Ming took another 2 pieces of roasted meat, and then, under Mu Qianxiang's gaze, he ran out of the cave. This fellow is really... Mu Qianxiang scoffed. He deserves to have been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. He's not courteous in the slightest. Of course, Qin Xiang was happy to be able to get out safely. It was just that he had not obtained the beast-slain method. Elder brother Shin, don't worry about the beast-slain method. I have it. Tonight I will bring you to that place. Mu Qianxiang sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. You do? Qin Xiang looked at her in disbelief. Yes. Mu Qianxiang nodded. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't you know that I went to the Samsara Valley for the sake of the beast-slain method? Qin Xiang pinched Mu Qianxiang's face. I just want you to stay here for a few more days. If you can accompany me until the coming-of-age ceremony, of course I want to leave with you as soon as possible. However, I also want to accompany my great-grandfather. Mu Qianxiang thought of Mu Tianhu, and his expression became sad. Is the reason why you are able to improve so fast is because you are learning beast-slain method? Qin Xiang was becoming more and more curious about the place. There was actually a beast-slain method inside. Of course not. I had fused with a very strange stone, and only later did I find out that it was a heavenly Dan. My current cultivation was only trying to stimulate the power inside the heavenly pill, and the power inside the heavenly pill is very strange. As long as it is activated by me, not only will it allow me to obtain a very strong power, it will also strengthen my body. Mu Qianxiang said. At night, Mu Qianxiang and Qin Xiang left the cave. Under Mu Qianxiang's guidance, Qin Xiang stepped on the shrinking step and used the power of SPAC, running wildly in the forbidden grounds of Sacred Beast's ancient realm. This forbidden area was extremely large. When the 7-colored tribulation cloud erupted, although many places were destroyed, there were still many places that could be preserved. Qin Xiang brought Mu Qianxiang and ran madly for 3 hours before they arrived at an area with many huge rocks. This place seems to have been severely damaged. Is that place still there? Qin Xiang looked around carefully. This place had also been affected by the robbery power. Mu Qianxiang took out a jade pendant and said, Don't be afraid. That place isn't connected to this place. The jade pendant in her hand suddenly lit up and shot out a ray of red light into the air. A large S of white light appeared there. Mu Qianxiang anxiously pulled Qin Xiang and flew into the ball of white light in the air. Now Qin Xiang understood. That place was actually a hidden SPAC. In that S P-A-C, there was a house. Chun Xiang and Mu Qianxiang appeared within a yard, and in the yard there was a tree covered with fiery red leaves. The leaves were not big, but they were densely packed together. That is the immortal fruit that I said I would give you. It's like a fire bird, but there are only two. Mu Qianxiang pointed at the two fruits hanging on the tree that were strongly lit by fire and looked like little phoenixes. That was a phoenix fruit, a medicinal ingredient used to refine pills for the holy level. Chun Xiang had already guessed something. He suspected that this place was left behind by the Dan Emperor, but he was curious who obtained the heaven pellet from Mu Qianxiang. The heaven pellet was definitely not simple. If not, Mu Qianxiang would not be able to become a heavenly monarch in a few short years. The beast slain method is right there. It's a stone tablet. I didn't cultivate it because it doesn't suit me, so there are a lot of good techniques inside the heaven pellet. Mu Qianxiang said, Shao Xiang, do you know whose heavenly pill is that? Chun Xiang saw the stone tablet that was engraved with many small ancient words. He immediately knew that it was one of the heaven-earth killing method. It's a woman's, not something left behind after death. It's because there are many cultivation methods and memories within, but no soul. Moreover, all the energy within has been erased from my consciousness. Mu Qianxiang said, when I first fused with it, it was so painful that I had to struggle to live, but I managed to hold on in the end. In order to leave this place, Dan Emperor did not even want his flesh. He had not kept his heavenly pellet. So if the pellet Mu Qianxiang had fused with was not his, then who could it belong to? Elder brother Shin, wait for me here. I will go and prepare something for you to eat. Mu Qianxiang had already ran to the tree and plucked the fiery red leaves. This beast-slain method required him to fuse with it, so he stuck his palm on it and started to read the contents inside. He already had 3 types of heaven-earth killing method, and after obtaining this beast-slain method, he was only missing the last bit to absorb the heaven-earth killing method. While reading the beast-slain method inside the stone tablet, Chun Xiang unknowingly entered a state where he no longer had contact with the outside world. Unknowingly, 3 months had already passed, and the beast-slain method on top of the stone tablet had already entered his brain. The ancient characters on top of the stone tablet had all disappeared as well. When he opened his eyes and stood up, Mu Qianxiang ran over with a plate of food. But what Chun Xiang cared about was not the barbecue on top, but the plate. It looked like a plate, but Chun Xiang felt that it looked like something. He hastily stuffed all the roasted meat on the plate into his mouth, then carefully examined the plate. This is a lid, Long Shui said. Could it be the lid of the divine furnace? Chun Xiang thought the same as he quickly took out the plate. It suddenly flashed and became smaller and then matched up to the divine furnace. Chun Xiang suddenly swallowed the meat in his mouth, raised his head, and laughed loudly. Right now, he could confirm that the Dan Emperor had once stayed here before. Otherwise, there would not be this lid here. What's this? Mu Qianxiang looked at the small cauldron in Chun Xiang's hands. Something that can be refined through alchemy or smithing. Back then, I took a huge risk just for this small cauldron. Chun Xiang lamented. Elder brother Shin, you know how to refine pills. Mu Qianxiang asked in surprise. Of course I understand. I am very good at pill refining. Heaven Realm has hosted a pill refining compet. Time before, and I was only able to win this small cauldron after getting first place in all 3 matches. Amazing, right? Chun Xiang laughed proudly. The 9 clans were trapped in this forbidden area. The alchemistess were pitifully few in number, and the alchemistess did not know how to refine high-level pellets, because the medicinal ingredients here were too scarce and they were unable to learn anything. In order to become a high-level alchemist, one needed to first obtain a plentiful amount of medicinal ingredients. The 9 clans were trapped in this forbidden area. The alchemistess were pitifully few in number, and the alchemistess did not know how to refine high-level pellets, because the medicinal ingredients here were too scarce, and they were unable to learn anything. In order to become a high-level alchemist, one needed to first obtain a plentiful amount of medicinal ingredients. In Mu Qianxiang's impression, those alchemistes were all old, grayish, white-haired grandpas. He never thought that there would actually be such a young alchemistess. Take down that fruit. You are an alchemist, so it should be very important to you. Mu Qianxiang said, if not for Mu Qianxiang, Chen Xiang would not have so easily obtained the beast-slain method and the divine cauldron's lid, and now Mu Qianxiang was even going to give him the phoenix fruit. Lil Xiang, I really don't know how I should thank you. You've helped me enormously, allowing me to obtain so many things. Qin Xiang said as he looked at Mu Qianxiang, if you want to thank me, then get me a very powerful immortal sword. Although I have one, it's too rotten. Mu Qianxiang laughed. Of course Qin Xiang had good immortal swords. It was just that she could not casually use them, because Chen Xiang had NATC had them away from her, and giving them to her would only bring her trouble. No problem. After we get out, I'll immediately bring you to get a celestial sword that you're satisfied with. Chen Xiang took down the phoenix fruit and said, just this fruit alone is enough to exchange for many good immortal swords. So I must repay you with my own words. I definitely cannot thank you with an ordinary immortal sword. Then let's hurry and find that Bastard and have him quickly take us out. Mu Qianxiang was already impatient to open this place. She wanted to go to the 9 heaven world that she had been yearning for so long. Qin Xiang didn't have enough time right now. Otherwise, he would definitely use the creation divine liquid to make some high-level healing panacea for Mu Qianxiang to repay his gratitude. It was just that the holy level S and medicinal ingredients required a very, very large amount of creation divine liquid, and he wouldn't be able to get them out in a short period of time. Mu Qianxiang and Qin Xiang left the small dimension and returned to the cave. Duan Ming had not come yet, so Chen Xiang continued to cultivate using the colorful, sacred core here. At the moment, he also had not gone to learn the beast-slain method, because he was worried that he would be interrupted during the crucial time to learn and comprehend it. Mu Qianxiang was a very cheerful woman, and quickly recovered from her sadness. There was still a lot of delicious food in her storage magic treasure, and Chen Xiang got some spirit fruits from Long Shui to give him as snacks to eat. She was the same as Long Shui. She liked to eat very much, and there were a lot of times when her mouth was chewing. Chen Xiang trained in the cave for more than 10 days and absorbed the colorful, sacred core's energy. Although he had only used it 20 days, he could already feel that he had improved a lot. Duan Ming appeared in the cave. Upon seeing him, Mu Qianxiang immediately put away the roast meat on the plate, leaving behind only a small piece. Little girl, don't be so stingy. Duan Ming laughed and took the barbecue on the plate. If you want to eat, I can roast it for you, but you have to bring your own meat. You are so powerful. With just a few moves, you can kill a strong monster. I only have a little bit left, Elder Brother Shin said. There is no such high-level beast meat outside. Mu Qianxiang said. Duan Ming laughed. If you go outside, as long as there are spiritual crystal S, you can even eat dragon meat, let alone this high-level beast meat. It's not easy to get dragon meat now, even with spiritual crystal S, Chen Xiang said. So, it's like this, the number of dragons is becoming fewer and fewer. Only now did Duan Ming realize that the era back then was already over. However, there is still high-grade beast meat. Moreover, the dragon meat is not tasty and sour, so I might as well use it for concocting pills. You have. Mu Qianxiang never thought that Qin Xiang would have eaten dragon meat before. She had grown up in the sacred grounds, so she naturally knew that dragons were a very terrifying and powerful beast. Of course, I'll give you some bird meat after we leave this place. That is a very precious kind of bird meat. Qin Xiang said, Can you let me have a taste as well? Senior, go and get it yourself. The imperial feather race is not dead yet. Qin Xiang said. Duan Ming shook his head and sighed. He never thought that the current brat did not respect the elderly so much that he told him to do everything by himself. Let's go, we can leave this place now. I explained in advance that the Pa-S, sage out, is not stable, but we can still get out. It's just that we will be attacked by the violent energy from within. Duan Ming walked out of the cave and spoke as he walked. Qin Xiang held Mu Qianxiang's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. When the time comes, I will put you into one of my storage magic treasure." "I'm not afraid." Mu Qianxiang said fearlessly, "I also want to go out with you. I'm not afraid of the pain. Be good and enter my storage magic treasure." He was worried that there would be an uncontrollable mutation in that Pa-S, sage that he and Duan Ming could not control. That was a spatial tunnel, and if they couldn't make it and entered some chaotic PC, then that kind of torture could not be endured by just anyone. But Chen Xiang was not afraid. He had the profound Wu diamond armor S protecting his body, and his body was very strong. "Can you let me in as well?" Duan Ming teased from the side. "Senior, who are you leading the way for?" Chen Xiang was extremely speechless. This Duan Ming didn't have the slightest bit of an appearance of a senior. Duan Ming brought Chen Xiang and the others to the edge of the barrier. There was a very short stone mountain here, and it was filled with spirit grain S. "You just made these?" Chen Xiang asked in surprise. "There is already an exit here, but if we want to open it, we need a formation like this to open it," Duan Ming said as he walked to the side of the stone mountain. He placed his palm on a flat spot and poured in a dense amount of energy. "Senior, how many times have you endured the scattered immortal tribulation?" Chen Xiang asked curiously. His previous estimate was more than 30 times. 43 times, and there are still 6 more times that I can escape from this calamity. I wonder if I will be able to survive the next scattered immortal. Duan Ming's face was filled with helplessness. "Do you know the Dan Emperor? I heard that he also came in here and hasn't left since." Qin Xiang asked again. He felt that this Duan Ming should be a character that came from the same era as the Dan Emperor. "I know him, but he doesn't know me. He's a very powerful person, but he can't leave this place because he doesn't know the method," Duan Ming said as he injected energy into the array to activate it. "But I saw a pair of jade bones in the forest outside. I suspect that it was his. He must be pretty powerful to be able to reach that forest." Qin Xiang said. Hearing the jade bone, Duan Ming was shocked. "I wonder if that jade bone belongs to the Dan Emperor. Other than him, very few humans have managed to produce a holy bone. As expected of the Dan Emperor, it was actually able to break through the divine seals set up by the great emperor and the others." Duan Ming had a face full of regret. If he can walk out, then he might be a true great emperor after the 10 heavens' supreme lord. Mu Qianxiang listened attentively as he listened to Qin Xiang and the others talk about those important people. Although his body did not leave the body, his soul might have left the body. It's impossible for a person like him to die that easily. I personally buried that pair of sacred bones without any damage, and it was perfectly preserved. I think he gave up on the sacred bones on his own, using his super strong soul to leave this forbidden place. Qin Xiang said, He. Then doesn't this mean that he's the same as me and will have to change his cultivation to scattered immortal in the future? If he doesn't, then he will have to start from the beginning. I wonder how he is now." Duan Ming laughed. "Senior Duan, you call 10 heavens supreme, Lord the Great Emperor, and whether or not you are his subordinate. I know a Tong Tian aristocratic family who has the surname Duan, but he received a curse that caused many people to wither over the years." Chen Xiang's heart was moved, and he anxiously asked, "I don't have the qualifications to be a subordinate of the 10 heavens supreme lord, and the Duan clan that you speak of is my Duan clan. However, I am just a small servant of the Duan clan, and only grew up because of the Duan clan's guidance did I follow them into the sacred beast's ancient realm, met those Ned Devil Bats, and mistakenly entered the forbidden grounds. I even met a guy who wanted to steal the treasures of the sacred grounds here. Mu Qianxiang said in a low voice, I don't believe you. If you were a little servant, you would know this way of getting out. Even though I don't understand any restrictions, I do know that since you made so many spirit grain, you must have studied them for many years and obtained this kind of inheritance. Qinxiang thought so too. Fine, I admit that I got a lot of importance in the Duan clan. That year, the Duan clan's patriarch treated me as his family, so I also got some inheritance, and our Duan clan was also involved in setting up this restriction. Afterwards, a catastrophe happened, and we were forced to hide in this place to protect our lives. Duan Ming's expression was somewhat sorrowful. Out of all the family members that had accompanied him back then, he was the only one left alive. Qinxiang still felt that this Duan Ming was not simple, because he had already said through 43 scattered immortal tribulations. At the moment, his strength could be considered at the top of the 9 heavens. Even the Dragon Emperor would not dare to speak loudly in front of him. Senior, you must know how the 10 heavens Supreme Lord fell, right? Even until now, the 5 of them have only been able to understand the details of the great battle that happened in Ditian. Qinxiang said, I'm not too sure either. At that time, I was still just a small fry and could only escape. At that time, the Emperor gave us a death order to hide and not get involved. But before that, the Emperor also predicted that he would die. It was Duan Ming's turn to be curious. How do you know so much? Didn't I say it before? I know the descendants of your Duan clan, and what they told me is that they're relations. I plus P with me isn't bad. Moreover, they teamed up to deal with those traitorous aristocratic families and sage realm experts. Qinxiang said, Pretty good, but I still think you're not that simple. Duan Ming laughed. My elder brother Xin is famous outside. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. Mu Qianxiang anxiously said. This was what Qinxiang had told her before. Oh, I'll find out when I get out. Duan Ming now felt that Qinxiang was not simple, especially when he wanted to see through Qinxiang's dantian. He only felt that Qinxiang's dantian was extremely blurry, as if he did not have a dantian. Furthermore, Qinxiang knew a lot of secrets, such as that Dan Emperor. If not for Qinxiang mentioning it, he would have almost forgotten about it. How much longer? Mu Qianxiang asked. Soon, about 2 or 3 days. Duan Ming's words made Mu Qianxiang have the urge to vomit blood, and it could even be called fast in 2 or 3 days. Of course, she wouldn't understand the concept of time that an old monster like Duan Ming, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, had towards. Mu Qianxiang was in a hurry to leave this place. Forget about 2 or 3 days. She felt like it would take at least 4 to 6 hours. Several hours had said, and it was already night. At this time, the stone mountain full of spirit grain suddenly flickered with a red light, and the spirit grain on top had already begun to be activated. However, they did not have enough strength. It wasn't until the middle of the night that the small mountain finally showed some movement. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the peak of the mountain, piercing high into the sky. I am already starting to open that exit, and will need some time to gather my strength. If I did not go through 43 scattered immortal tribulations, I'm afraid I would not be strong enough. Duan Ming was also excited. It's going to attract a lot of people over here. Mu Qianxiang said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, I won't let them near. Don't let too many people enter through that exit. Duan Ming said. In the middle of the night, there was a dazzling pillar of light that reached high into the sky. It was easy to find in this forbidden area. Right now, there were already quite a few people looking at the pillar of light. Some of the clan leaders also rushed over, thinking that a treasure had appeared. He really did attract a lot of people. Fortunately, this guy is here. Long Shui said, Senior, someone is coming. Qinxiang pulled Mu Qianxiang closer to him. This would be safer. Don't worry, I won't let them get close. I will fight with whoever dares to spoil my plans. Duan Ming said with a serious face. Within the current 9 days, there weren't many people who could make Duan Ming risk his life. Even though the clan leaders who had rushed over were very strong, in the short term, Duan Ming should be even more powerful than him. It's that little girl. Mu Tianhu's things must be in her hands. When an old man saw Mu Qianxiang, his eyes burned with Pa S. Shaun. What are they doing? Who is that guy? Could it be that she wants to leave this place with that outsider? Quickly stop them. Another old man cried out, even though he also wanted to leave this place. It is you who have plotted against my great-grandfather. You bunch of bastards. I will personally slaughter all of you. Don't kill them. Let them live until I kill you. Mu Qianxiang saw his enemies and shouted angrily, Stupid girl, a woman should marry obediently and not fight and kill every day. Hand over that old bastard Mu Tianhu's things. The old man at the front shouted. Who do you think you are? If you tell me to give it to you, I'll have to give it to you. Mu Qianxiang shouted in anger. I don't want to make a move. You'd better not come any closer. Duan Ming said, Humph, you want to leave this place? Stop dreaming. As the old man spoke, he let out a celestial sword and flew toward Andy Lin. Duan Ming frowned and bellowed. He spat out a powerful burst of energy that turned into a small tornado of purple lightning. The immortal sword was forcibly absorbed by the purple lightning tornado and shattered into pieces, causing the old man's face to turn green. Get the HELL away from me. Duan Ming was furious. A purple lightning bolt surged out of his mouth like a gale as it pounced forward like a surging ocean wave. Even the patriarchs had to be cautious in dealing with it. They were shocked in their hearts because they did not expect such a dangerous person to appear here, and just by using his mouth, he was able to push them back. If they had been serious, they would have died a long time ago. It's about to start. You should hide this wild girl. Although she can endure it, she should avoid the pain as much as possible. Duan Ming said to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang pulled Mu Qianxiang's hand, and Mu Qianxiang nodded at him, indicating that he could begin. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qianxiang had kept Mu Qianxiang inside the Yuyao ring and placed him in an elegant room. Although he was inside the palace, he was still far away from Long Shuai and the others. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were one of Qin Xiang's greatest secrets. He had to keep them a secret. Seeing Duan Ming being so powerful, the people of the 9 clan did not dare to go over. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Let's go. Duan Ming jumped up and entered the white light beam, Qin Xiang following closely behind. They were standing within the beam of light. Duan Ming took a deep breath and released a very powerful force that poured into the mountain below. The beam of light became even brighter, illuminating half the sky. The power that surged out from Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang's bodies was pushed up into the sky by the perfectly straight pillar of light. The pillar of light disappeared, and Qin Xiang and Duan Ming also disappeared. At this moment, they were inside a pathway that was surrounded by a myriad of bright lights, filled with a tyrannical spatial energy, causing Qin Xiang to feel as if his body was being pulled by countless of energies and was being pressured from all directions. It was extremely uncomfortable. Young man, your body has already reached the initial stages of body of heavenly sage, right? Seeing that Qin Xiang acted as if nothing had happened, Duan Ming could not help but to ask in shock. Yes. Qin Xiang replied. This level of torture was nothing to him. It merely made him uncomfortable. To Duan Ming, this was nothing. His body was also releasing its power because he had already been tempered by the scattered immortal tribulation 43 times. Where will we be after we leave? Is it outside the forest? Qin Xiang asked. If it was in the past, I wouldn't dare to wander around the sacred beast's ancient realm. But now, there is nothing to be afraid of. What? With Duan Ming's words, Qin Xiang felt at ease. In just a few moments, Qin Xiang and Duan Ming left the spatial Pa S Sageway and appeared on top of a wasteland. There should be a large number of night devil-esses here. Qin Xiang said in a serious tone, but his heart was excited because he had left the forbidden grounds. That's right. Fortunately, it was daytime. After Duanming finished speaking, he laughed. You can release that wild girl and let her see how the world outside is like. Not long after Mu Qianxiang left the ring, she was released by Qin Xiang. After exiting the ring, she looked around, and her face was immediately filled with disappointment. Not long after Mu Qianxiang left the ring, she was released by Qin Xiang. After exiting the ring, she looked around, and her face was immediately filled with disappointment. Qin Xiang saw her expression and laughed. This place is inside that night devil HELL, that's why it is like this. Although it is a heaven realm, it is an extreme region within the heaven realm. You can just leave after. Duanming also laughed. Wild girl, with me here, you can easily leave without any danger. Mu Qianxiang wasn't too disappointed. It was just that when she came out, she saw and felt that the environment was different from what she imagined, which was why she was disappointed. Qin Xiang had told her many things about the heaven realm before, so she naturally would not think that the heaven realm was just like that. Even Duanming felt extremely uncomfortable as he said, How do we leave this night devil HELL now? I've been sealed for a very long time. Don't expect me to find the fastest path. Qin Xiang took out the directing celestial plate. Although there were no night devil HELL recorded on it, one could still see the nearest immortal palace from the direction. Looks like it's quite far. The place we're at should be deep inside the night devil HELL. I heard that the night devil inside are all very powerful. Qin Xiang said as he took out the map. After unfolding the map, he quickly found the location of this wasteland. He did not expect that this wasteland had existed for a long time. This map should belong to the Dan Emperor. I never thought that I would still be able to see it after so long. Duanming immediately pointed out their location. Seeing that location, Qin Xiang frowned because this location was very close to the target point of the Phoenix Princess's map. Elder brother Shen, what's wrong? Is this place very dangerous? Seeing that Qin Xiang's face was so serious, Mu Qianxiang immediately asked, Senior Duan, do you have any impression of this place? According to what I know, the Imperial Dragon Clan and the big shots of the traders have a portion of the map in their hands. Qin Xiang felt that Duanming should know something, but the matter was too far away and he needed to be reminded of something before he could remember. This place should still be considered Sacred Beast's ancient realm. After so long, this place is still so desolate. Could it be that there is something powerful hidden here that devoured a large amount of life essence? Mu Qianxiang looked around and felt the evil aura, which made her feel very uncomfortable. This place is dangerous. Duanming seemed to have remembered something. Hurry up and leave, I remember now. After pondering for a moment, Duanming suddenly walked quickly in a certain direction. What did he think of? What exactly is this place? Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang anxiously followed. Mu Qianxiang was also very curious. Didn't the Dragon Emperor's map point towards here? Didn't they say that there were treasures or something similar? Duanming looked serious. Previously, he had said that he could bring them safely away from this place, but now, from the looks of it, it seemed that Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang were not that reliable. There is a Pa-S sageway to HELL below here, but there are quite a few treasures there. Back then, a great battle broke out here, and that Pa-S sageway was created by the aftermath of that great battle. Furthermore, it is very difficult to seal it off. Duanming said, There really is HELL. Qin Xiang and the others had never been able to figure out where those night devil came from, but now, Duanming had already told them the answer. There really is one. It is said that those who commit heinous acts will have their souls sucked into HELL after they die. It is possible that those bat demons were evolved from those souls. Duanming said. Qin Xiang thought back to the place he had Pa-S said when he entered the forbidden grounds. There, he had seen the lair of the night devil. This was all caused by the connection between this place and the infernal realm. During the Great War, saint beasts died there as well. There were even more human experts, and the things they left behind were like precious treasures to some people now. However, it's not easy to take them out. Duan Ming replied, "At least I don't dare to. I heard that there are quite a few H.E.L.L. demons guarding that place. Those guys are very strong, and even if they don't want those things, they wouldn't let anyone else have them. Senior Duan, that gates of H.E.L.L. is under our feet." Mu Qianxiang asked, "It's more or less at the bottom of this wasteland. Although there won't be any demons that will escape from the infernal realm, many evil souls from the infernal realm have managed to escape. When the gates of H.E.L.L. opened, there were a lot of them." Duan Ming quickened his pace. At that moment he could already see the blurry figures of some gigantic mountains in the distance. "We have to leave this place before nightfall. Although we won't die by then, it will definitely be very troublesome." Duan Ming said, "The time in here is controlled by the night devil, so the time during the day is very short." So it was controlled by the night devil. I thought it was someone else who did it. How could the night devil have that kind of power? Chun Xiang had always thought that humans would be involved in the night devil. They have people helping them, but I don't know who they are. Before 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord died, these night devil were already very powerful, and some people even said down formations to them. This place is close to the gates of H.E.L.L., so all the night devil here are the strongest kind. As Duan Ming thought of this, he hurriedly grabbed onto Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang, and then ran out of this wasteland as fast as he could. The memories in Duan Ming's mind regarding this place started to awaken bit by bit. The clearer the memories, the more nervous he became. "It's getting dark," Duan Ming said in a deep voice. If the group of people from the Imperial Dragon Clan saw the situation outside the wasteland, they definitely would not have come in. No matter who it is, after seeing the powerful night devil, even if there are treasures inside, they would not risk entering, not to mention the treasures that are deep within the wasteland. At the gates of HLL, Chen Xiang did not dare to do so either, but it was just that he did not dare to do so now, because his strength was still very weak. "Xiao Xiang, do you want to go in and hide?" Chen Xiang asked for Mu Qianxiang's opinion. He felt that it would be better if Mu Qianxiang entered the ring. "Let's see what happens first. If it doesn't work out, then I'll go in." Mu Qianxiang had just left the Forbidden Grounds. She wanted to see how the outside world looked like. Even if it was this kind of night devil H.E.L.L., she wanted to see how terrifying it was. Night suddenly descended, and in an instant it had changed from day to night. At this time, Duan Ming brought Qin Xiang and the others and left the wasteland, entering a green forest. Chen Xiang had already gotten used to it before, but it was the first time she heard such ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from all directions. After she heard it, her eyebrows immediately knitted together. Chen Xiang had already gotten used to it before, but it was the first time she heard such ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from all directions. After she heard it, her eyebrows immediately knitted together. "Senior Duan, isn't a powerful night devil supposed to appear during the daytime? When I came in earlier, I saw a night devil and a black tortoise fighting in the daytime." Qin Xiang asked. If this place wasn't too dangerous, he would have definitely gone to the Baishan Waiyui to tell him some of the situation inside. That's right, the powerful night devil are no longer afraid of the sun, but the truly powerful night deviless are all by the side of the gates of HL. If they want to be strong, they have to devour a large number of dead souls, and a large number of them will leak out from the gates of HL at every moment. They absorb the souls of the dead during the day, and at night they come out to absorb the power of the supreme Yin from the moon. Duan Ming said, "Maybe this place has the Night Demon Emperor. Even if the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord is alive, it would be difficult to eliminate him. In the dark night, this kind of person is very strong." Duanming's words gave Qinxiang a big shock. He thought that the Night Devil's strongest possibility would be at the same level as the Bai Shan Waiyui, but he never thought that it would be an emperor-level existence. Every night, the Night Devil H-E-L-L would be so noisy. Mu Qianxiang had heard it from Chenxiang before, and now she was gradually getting used to that kind of noise. It was just that she felt it was annoying. Duanming had a very strong ability to conceal his presence. After all, he was a member of the Duan clan, and it wasn't just him who was concealing his presence. He could also help Qinxiang and Mu Qianxiang hide their presence, so that the Night Devil S wouldn't sense him. After they had advanced for more than 2 hours in the forest, they suddenly heard a sharp shout that sounded extremely terrifying, and the surrounding Night Devil S also quietened down. "Quick, look at the sky," Long Shui shouted. Qinxiang and the others were in the forest. The night sky was blocked by dense branches and leaves, and Duanming also seemed to have discovered something was going on in the night sky. Qinxiang and Mu Qianxiang couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene in the air. The full moon in the sky was emitting a thick silver light, and that light was being devoured by something underground. Something was actually devouring the moon's essence at a terrifying speed. It's that group of H-E-L-L's old devils. Only when we get closer will we be able to see this, so there should be a lot of Night Devil Kings nearby. These Night Devil Kings can absorb some of the energy emitted by them. So let's hurry up and leave this place. With Duanming leading the way, Chenxiang and Mu Qianxiang were not attacked by the Night Devil, as he had the ability to prevent them from approaching. Duanming brought Qinxiang and Mu Qianxiang and hurried on their journey through the night. It wasn't until dawn broke and the sounds and Night Devil disappeared that they slowed down their footsteps. As long as I don't get too close to those H-E-L-L Night Devil heads, there's nothing to be afraid of. I didn't expect to come out from the forbidden area and land on top of the gates of H-E-L-L. It's so dangerous. Duanming did not finish his words. Qinxiang and Mu Qianxiang also had lingering fears in their hearts. "Senior Duan, after we leave the Night Devil H-E-L-L, what plans do you have?" Qinxiang asked. "Let's go to some of the old places. Maybe some of my old friends left some important messages behind." Duanming sighed. He had lived for a long time, but he did not know about his friends. It was already dawn, but it would only take 4 hours. During this period of time, they would not hear those annoying Night Devil shouts. So Mu Qianxiang was in a good mood, although the place was filled with evil auras that Night Devil had partook. Peeked in, she still felt that the scenery here was not bad, especially the vast and endless sea and mountains. It made her feel shocked. There are people here, and there are a lot of them. They might be the Imperial Dragon Clan and the rest. Duanming suddenly sensed that someone was coming over. It's the Imperial Dragon Clan and the rest. They seem to have just arrived here and are much slower than you. The divine soul that she had released was constantly roaming around her surroundings. As long as any powerful beings approached, she would immediately notify Qinxiang. "Do you want to meet with them?" Qinxiang asked. "Even if you didn't want to, they would have come anyway. They've already discovered us." Duanming said, "I never thought that they would be able to discover us. Looks like one of them is a guy that can sense the presence of people around us. That Phoenix Princess is also here. I never thought that he would actually be together with them. Previously, they wanted to eliminate that Phoenix Princess." Long Shui found it hard to understand. Phoenix Princess had already met with Phoenix King and should have already told this to her father. But Imperial Feather Race was still with Imperial Dragon Clan and the others. "Qinxiang, it's indeed you. I didn't expect you to be here as well." Dragon Emperor and the others suddenly appeared, and all the surrounding trees were destroyed, exposing Qinxiang and the others to the blazing sun. Moreover, they were surrounded by a large group of people. When Qinxiang saw Phoenix Princess, he immediately used the sound transmission technique to ask, "Shuang, what's going on? Why are you guys with this group of people?" "I told my royal father about this." But he doesn't plan to fall out with the Imperial Dragon clan here, and I don't understand what he means. Phoenix Princess hurriedly replied, then asked, "Why are you here too? Who's the person beside you?" "Logically speaking, since we're walking at the very front, you shouldn't be able to come so fast. I'll tell you in the future. You better make sure that your Imperial Feather Race people don't do anything." Chun Xiang warned, "Don't worry, my royal father has promised me that he won't make a move against you. Right now, he will only watch from the side." The Phoenix Princess said. Mu Qianxiang looked at the people around her with a pair of curious eyes. Previously, Chun Xiang had told her a story about the Imperial Dragon Clan and the Imperial Feather Race, and she quickly recognized that those were the Imperial Dragon Clan's people. When she saw the Phoenix Princess, she immediately recognized them as well, because Chun Xiang had also told her about the Phoenix Princess's appearance. Duanming now believed Mu Qianxiang's words. Previously, Mu Qianxiang said that Chen Xiang was very strong outside, and that he was a famous person. "What does my presence here have anything to do with you? Does this knight, Devil H.E.L., belong to your Imperial Dragon Clan?" Qin Xiang sneered. "However, I am truly surprised that you all made it here alive. You guys aren't as weak as I imagined." This group of people had yet to go to the wasteland. They had only just arrived, but they were almost there. Qin Xiang didn't want to remind them that they originally brought several 100,000 people, but now they only had a few thousand left. "Chun Xiang, it's impossible for you to escape now. Obediently hand the thing over." He Feng said angrily. Qin Xiang had had away his immortal sword twice, and every time he would cut off his arm. See 1398. See 1398, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace and Fire Divine Palace also regarded Qin Xiang as their number one enemy, because their immortal kings had all been killed by Qin Xiang. There was even less of a need to talk about the Dragon Emperor. Because Chun Xiang had cut off his arms, his two most outstanding sons were killed by Qin Xiang, and most importantly, Qin Xiang was with a white dragon. To the Imperial Dragon Clan, the white dragon was equivalent to a seed that could exterminate their entire clan. "Let me do it. You guys watch over him and don't let him escape. After we capture him, we can discuss how to deal with him." At the same time, the immortal king of Imperial Dragon Clan and the Imperial Dragon Clan were also on guard. Those traitors were also on alert. But the people of Imperial Feather Race had no intention of interfering and retreated to the side to watch. The moment Dragon Emperor took a step forward, Duanming frowned. The moment he released his aura, Dragon Emperor could not help but to retreat. The people around him also retreated, their faces filled with terror. Duanming did not look at the Dragon Emperor S, but rather at those heavenly Pa-S, Sing Immortal Country S and Sage Realm Immortal Country S. The ancestors of these powers had all betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord at that time, and the cultivation techniques they were cultivating in now were all taught to them by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. "You must be from the Feng clan." Duanming looked at a middle-aged man, his voice filled with killing intent. "That's right. What do you want to do?" The middle-aged man knew that Duanming was very strong, but he thought that they could take him down together. After all, he had never seen such a strong existence, so even if there was one, it wouldn't appear so easily. "Then, in place of your ancestors, apologize to the Emperor." Duanming's voice was ice-cold. When he swung out his palm, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appeared. With a pa-la sound, it struck the body of the Feng clan immortal king, immediately turning the middle-aged man into a BL. Oh, I missed. With an immortal king dead, just like that, everyone present could not help but open their mouths wide in fear. "Who are you?" Seeing Duanming's strength, he knew that he would not be able to catch him. He once followed a small fry in the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Duanming glared at one of the immortal kings of Ziyu Immortal Country. He was the strongest immortal king of Ziyu. Seeing his expression, the immortal king Ziyu's heart chilled. He turned around and ran. He knew that this man was very powerful. Even the Dragon Emperor would not be able to deal with him. Right at the moment he turned around, Duan-Ming let out a cold snort and shot out another purple lightning, turning it into ABL. Oh, I missed. Another had been killed. Now, everyone knew that this person had once followed the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord. To be able to live from that time to now, no matter how weak he was still stronger than them. The fact that the ancestors of the Heavenly Master and Sage Realm Immortal Country had betrayed the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord had been spread out in the next 9 days. It was not a secret, but it was also a very normal thing for them to be retaliated against the loyal subordinates of the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord. Duan-Ming hated these traitors to the bone. When he heard Chun Xiang mention them, he did not feel anything, but when he met them in person, he felt an indescribable rage, especially when he saw that the descendants of these traitors were still learning the skills 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord had painstakingly created for them. The descendants of this group of ungrateful traitors caused Duan-Ming's murderous intent to rise. Dragon Emperor did not stop him either. He only glared at Qin Xiang because he knew that Qin Xiang had escaped another calamity. Senior Duan, something is coming, Qin Xiang said in a deep voice. His voice was heavy. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, Duan-Ming took action again, releasing his berserk purple thunder power, killing one of the immortal kings of White Sea Immortal Country. When he killed the third person, the other traitors all fled. No one wanted to die. Long Shui kept urging Qin Xiang to tell him that there was a strong aura approaching. It's the Night Devil. Duan Chong looked into the distance. The Night Devil that appeared during the day was a very powerful being. As the Night Devil drew closer, Qin Xiang and the others could also clearly feel the oppressive evil aura that emanated from him. Run. It's not just one, it's a group. Duan-Ming grabbed onto Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to the Phoenix Princess. Quickly let your father carry you and flee. It would be best if he followed us. This made Dragon Emperor and the rest startled. They did not expect that the powerful Duan-Ming would suddenly escape. At this time, the Phoenix King had already brought along the Phoenix Princess and their companions to follow behind Duan-Ming, using their fastest speed to escape from this place. Let's go as well. Although the Dragon Emperor did not know what was coming, something that Duan-Ming was unable to deal with must definitely be very powerful. I can deal with even a group of people, but you guys can do it, so it's better to just hide. This place is close to the gates of H-E-L-L, so it's not strange for there to be a group of people like this. Duan-Ming said. He's catching up. Long Shui shouted in shock. Qin Xiang turned his head and saw that there were indeed dozens of things that looked like humans. It was just that they had a pair of gigantic wings on their backs, the kind of wings that looked like a bat's. This fellow evolved from the souls of the dead. He's already like a human, Duan-Ming explained. So you're saying that they are equivalent to reincarnated? They are in the same state as you, scattered immortal. Qin Xiang asked. No, they do not have the scattered immortal calamity, and their spirits are incomplete, so their memories are very complicated. But since they have evolved so close to each other, they have already gained an extremely high level of intelligence. A large group of people followed behind Duan-Ming. Only a small part of the large powers followed along, and those traitors left. Back then, Qin Xiang had seen this kind of bat-demon fight with a human-shaped black tortoise in the daytime. It was extremely powerful, and if it was attacked by a group of humans, both he and Mu Qianxiang would be in danger. Duan-Ming remembered the road here. They had all taken safe routes, and very quickly they entered a crevice in the ground. This road was one that Dragon Emperor had walked on. It took them 3 days to get out of the crevice and reach a large river. The great river suddenly began to churn, the sky reverberating with ferocious and sharp laughter. Don't even think about escaping. A few black figures suddenly came out from the river and surrounded Duan-Ming and the others. In that moment, Qin Xiang put Mu Qianxiang into the ring. Bat devils, it wasn't easy for you to grow to this level. You don't want to die just like that, right? Duan Ming looked at the 5 powerful night devils standing around him. Their bat wings could be stored inside their bodies, but they were currently wearing a set of black furry clothes. It was unintentional for them to be thrown into the sea of people, making it difficult to tell that they were night devil. Duan Ming used the thunder power, which even the evil demons were afraid of. At this moment, the top of Duan Ming's tightly clenched fists were flashed at H.I. Plussing with purple electric threads, the berserk thunder power made people feel that he was like the mother of lightning, able to release extremely terrifying lightning. Duan Ming used the thunder power, which even the evil demons were afraid of. At this moment, the top of Duan Ming's tightly clenched fists were flashed. H.I. Plussing with purple electric threads, the berserk thunder power made people feel that he was like the mother of lightning, able to release extremely terrifying lightning. These powerful night devil who had caught up only surrounded Duan Ming, because Duan Ming was the strongest. Now that they had surrounded Duan Ming, they regretted it a little, because Duan Ming's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. Dragon Emperor and the rest had already returned along the same path, and disappeared from Chen Xiang's sight, causing Chen Xiang to feel extremely unhappy. He really hoped that group of people would all die. Are you going to approach our territory? A strong night devil suddenly said. His voice was gentle, but his tone was gentle, as though he did not want to fight with Duan Ming. None of them were stupid. If they were to fight with Duan Ming here, they would be the ones to die. No, we were just about to leave. Can't you see that we are escaping? He was afraid of trouble. If he killed these few strong night devil, maybe those H.E.L. night devil outside the gates of H.E.L. would come out. The consequences would be unimaginable. Then what are you doing here? Isn't your purpose not to enter our territory? Their territory was equivalent to their own sacred grounds. If anyone approached them, no matter what price they had to pay, they would have to stop them. We came out from another place. We really did land in your territory, but it was only us. That group of people that ran away were not us. They had a map, and they came in accordance to that map. Duan Ming told the truth to the night deviless. Don't tell me you came from the forbidden area. After the night devil finished speaking, he anxiously took a few steps back, as though he was facing a great enemy. You know the forbidden area? Duan Ming asked curiously. That place has caused the deaths of many of our most outstanding companions. How could we not know about it? The night devil had a stern expression. All the people that could come out of the forbidden grounds were powerful, so they were even more afraid of Duan Ming. Duan Ming laughed. Now you can let us go. I do not want to become enemies with you guys. We have stayed in the forbidden grounds for too long. I just want to leave quickly. One more thing. I hope you can answer me. The night devil said, Ask. If I can answer, I will. Duan Ming said, Is 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb inside? Even Chen Xiang was curious about that night devil question, because that Samsara Valley was too powerful. With Duan Ming's current strength, he wouldn't be able to enter. Duan Ming frowned and sighed. I don't know either. I once suspected that it was the Samsara Valley in the Forbidden Grounds. But I can't confirm that year the great emperor calculated that he would die, and so he prepared everything long ago. At that time, I was still too weak, so I was unable to find out the core secrets. You may leave. When the night devil heard that Duan Chong was a person who survived that period of time, he did not dare to stop them for too long and immediately let them go. These night devil's duty was to guard this place, but they usually stayed deep underground. It was because when Duan Ming killed the big heads from the traitorous powers, those big heads' death caused a huge amount of resentment, which then alarmed these night devils. The 4 night devils had called the other strong night devil back. They could not leave this place. They only wanted to ensure that the strong humans did not approach. She didn't expect that everything would be fine so quickly after Mu Qianxiang came out of the ring. They didn't dare to provoke me, so they let me go. It looks like these night devil are afraid of death. Duan Ming laughed. Duanming and the others quickly caught up to the people in front of them. They were just the Imperial Feather Race. But when they saw that Duanming was not stopped by the Night Devil, they used a secret technique to escape, afraid that Qinxiang would order Duanming to attack them. "Are you guys okay?" the Phoenix Princess asked. "It's fine for now, but I have to leave this place as soon as possible. The strongest Night Devil in here is very scary." Qinxiang replied. Seeing Qinxiang and Phoenix Princess talking like this, he knew that they knew each other, and that they were more familiar with each other. "Thank you. If not for Qinxiang and the others, they would not have had much luck." "You're welcome." Duanming said, "It's rare for your Imperial Feather Race to have two phoenixes, to both die here at once, which is a loss to Jiujiu. Although you guys have the ability to rebirth, it's not feasible to live in that place, unless you guys are very strong." That place was the gates of Hell, and the Night Devil there were all experts in the power of death. The two phoenixes of the current Imperial Feather Race were so young, those Night Devil-s could prevent them from rebirth and exterminate them immediately. The Phoenix King was silent. After thinking for a moment, he turned into a huge phoenix and used a few escape techniques to escape, taking his group of Imperial Feather Race comrades with him. Their ancestors were trying to harm them by making them come to this place to die. If the Night Demon Emperor was really born there, perhaps he wouldn't even dare to act rashly in Great Yanjing for 10 days. Duanming shook his head and laughed. That fellow from the Imperial Dragon Clan actually called himself the Dragon Emperor. Truly shameless, the real Dragon Emperor had once defeated the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord. This was the first time Qinxiang had heard of this. Really, why is the Dragon Emperor not as famous as the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord? Qinxiang asked anxiously. That Dragon Emperor is more stupid. After being poisoned by their own sinister dragon, the Dragon Emperor bloodline was Ma's sacred. Duanming said, "Your whole family is idiots." Long Shui scolded from inside the ring. Qinxiang had already guessed that the Dragon Emperor should be the ancestor of the White Dragon Clan, which was why the current Long Shui hated the current Imperial Dragon Clan so much. The current Imperial Dragon Clan was equally afraid of Long Shui's revenge, and they were well aware of the White Dragon's potential, which was precisely because the White Dragon had extremely terrifying potential and innate strength. It only took more than 10 days to get out of Night Devil Hell. On the way, they actually saw that Silver White Mountain, which was the devil-killing summit. Qinxiang had asked Duanming before, but he did not know anything about the devil-killing summit. Qinxiang had asked Duanming before, but he did not know anything about the devil-killing summit. This immortal palace was very close to the Night Devil Hell. The group of powers that entered the Night Devil Hell earlier all returned with heavy casualties, especially those Heavenly Master Immortal Country S and Sage Realm Immortal Country S. There were actually no survivors, and Qinxiang had also entered the Night Devil Hell. After Mu Qianxiang entered the Immortal Palace, she felt a sense of novelty when she saw the outside world, who had changed his appearance, was currently shopping with her, and in order to not attract attention, Qinxiang asked Mu Qianxiang to cover his face with his veil, because even the powers in Imperial Dragon Clan and the others had seen him together with Mu Qianxiang. Qinxiang knew that Mu Qianxiang liked to eat, so he brought her to a street that was filled with food shops on both sides. He ate from the end of the street to the end of the street, and then he ate again when he was back, which made Mu Qianxiang very satisfied. After Duanming came to the Immortal Palace, he asked Qinxiang for 2 million spiritual crystal as the teleportation fee, and then left. Before leaving, Qinxiang had ordered a set of communication scrolls with him, which he could leave behind in some conspicuous places in the large immortal palaces for communication purposes. "Elder brother Shin, do you have a lot of spiritual crystal?" They left really quickly. In the past few days, Mu Qianxiang had bought a lot of things, wore the most, and ate the most. Furthermore, they were all very expensive. "We'll earn it after we go there." I'm from Alchemist, so I can just patiently refine a few pills. But I need to save some teleportation fees. It's easy to earn spiritual crystal only by going to those great immortal palaces. Qinxiang said. Mu Qianxiang allowed him to obtain the phoenix fruit, the divine cauldron's lid, and the ground killing, so no matter how many spiritual crystal he spent on her, he wouldn't feel heartache. The strange, new feeling of eating, drinking, and playing had already started to fade in these few days. Now, she also planned for her own life, and she didn't want to always cling on to Qinxiang, especially since she knew that Qinxiang was a big name in the heaven realm. She gradually began to understand that if she followed Qinxiang, she would only implicate him. I want to go to the hundreds of flowers immortal country to take a look. I wish to join a force in order to earn my own spiritual crystal. I also wish to have a good place to stay. Mu Qianxiang said. At this time, they were enjoying a sumptuous meal in the hotel room. All right, but before you go to hundreds of flowers immortal country, I need to help you get a good immortal sword. I promised you that I would. Qinxiang smiled as he looked at Mu Qianxiang, who was currently devouring his food. Previously, Mu Qianxiang thought that it would be easy to obtain high-quality immortal swords in the heaven realm, but after coming here, she had the concept of spiritual crystal, so she knew that those high-quality immortal swords were extremely precious. This was because when Qinxiang brought her to a few weapon shops, those average immortal swords were all sold very expensive. There shouldn't be many spiritual crystal left, asked softly. Previously, she didn't know that spiritual crystal were hard to earn, so she spent it like flowing water, but now she had a certain concept and knew that over the past few days, she had used a lot of spiritual crystal, especially in food. Hearing that Mu Qianxiang was going to leave, Long Xue was a little reluctant because she had eaten very well these few days. You don't have to worry about that. Qinxiang did not have many spiritual crystal now, but he was not worried either. He had already thought of a way to prepare the spiritual crystal. Then what immortal palace are we going to next? Mu Qianxiang asked. To the human king immortal country, my wife is there. Furthermore, she is a refiner and wants to buy immortal swords or something like that. Of course, we have to find someone who knows where to find them. She should have her own skills. Qinxiang laughed. Didn't you say that you really want to see my wife? Really? Aren't you afraid that she'll be jealous? Mu Qianxiang mischievously smiled. Not afraid. Qinxiang was very confident because Xue Xianxian had a good temper and was very open-minded. Furthermore, he and Mu Qianxiang did not have that kind of relations. H-I plus P, but their relations. H-I plus P was very good, like a good friend and good brother. Oh, yeah, I heard that you have a little sister, and she's a white-haired beauty. Is she in Human King Immortal Country as well? This was what Mu Qianxiang had heard from others when they were talking about Qinxiang. She's my recognized sister. She's not in the Human King Immortal Country right now. Previously, he had let Long Huishan borrow Leng Yulan's sword because he was worried that the Imperial Dragon Clan would find out that Leng Yulan had white dragon vein. Recognized sister. Can I also be your recognized sister? Mu Qianxiang's beautiful eyes flashed and asked anxiously. Seeing Qinxiang hesitating, Mu Qianxiang hurriedly said in a spoiled manner, Elder Brother Xin, I've already called you Big Brother. Besides, I don't have any relatives right now. You wild girl. I have 3 little sisters now. It would be too boring if you were to become my recognized sister again. Qinxiang laughed. Mu Qianxiang chuckled. Being your recognized sister can also be your wife. So it turns out that you had no good intentions in accepting recognized sister. Stupid girl, don't let your thoughts run wild. Qinxiang glared at her and said, You've already called me Big Brother. How can I not recognize you as my little sister? When the time comes, I'll bring you sisters together. Mu Qianxiang also knew that Qinxiang would not reject her, and she was also very happy at this moment. Brother, other than Sister Yulan, who else? No one else seems to know. My other 2 younger sisters. are all very gentle. One of them is called Dongfang Jing and is currently with her aunt. I don't know where she is now. And the other is called Shenlingling. Currently, she should be at the Dragon Immortal Palace with Yulan. Oh, right, the female Dragon King of the Long family is my big sister. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can go and find her. Definitely. Mu Qianxiang laughed. She would definitely return if she had anything to eat. Not to mention that there were 3 sisters who he had never seen before. You have to give me some of the keepsake, or else, if they don't believe me, I might meet them in the future. Mu Qianxiang said. Chen Xiang took out a jade tablet and placed his own mental imprint on it. If they don't believe me, I can just let them see. Brother, and that crazy master of yours, I've also heard others mention him before. I heard he's very powerful. Mu Qianxiang asked curiously, if you can find him, then tell him that you are my recognized sister and eat him ruthlessly. My cooking skills are taught by him, and he always carries a lot of precious beast meat with him, all of which are very rare, so dragon meat is nothing to worry about. Qin Xiang laughed. Subsequently, Qin Xiang told Mu Qianxiang about the special characteristics of the sword when he was in hiding in detail. Qin Xiang was worried that Mu Qianxiang would clash with some of his friends and acquaintances in the future, so he told her about it to some of the people he knew so that she wouldn't cross the line with them. After all, the Tli of Mu Qianxiang as a wild girl wasn't for nothing. Qin Xiang said many things, including Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, Yin Xiaodao, Xiao Chou. These acquaintances and friends of his all told Mu Qianxiang, telling her not to harm her own family members by mistake. Qin Xiang said many things, including Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, Yin Xiaodao, Xiao Chou. These acquaintances and friends of his all told Mu Qianxiang, telling her not to harm her own family members by mistake. After interacting with Qin Xiang for so long, Mu Qianxiang realized that Qin Xiang had the habit of storing food, because every time she called for food, Qin Xiang would call for more. Mu Qianxiang had asked Qin Xiang before, and Qin Xiang said that he would store it all for himself to eat in the future. In fact, it was all for Long Xue to eat, and ever since he was discovered by Mu Qianxiang, he could openly ask for more, so that Long Xue could eat as much as he wanted. All right, now there's only a little more than 1 million spiritual crystal left. We've basically eaten all of the famous dishes here 10 times or more. The tavern shopkeepers seem to have seen the Dia fortune when they saw us. Chen Xiang finally only had a bit of the teleportation fee left. If he didn't spend all his money at this place, he felt that he would be letting Mu Qianxiang down a little. After all, Mu Qian just came out from that forbidden area. Then we will go to the Human King Immortal Country. Since you have stored so much food, we will not starve to death. When we called out so many dishes, they also gave us a lot of preferential treatment. Mu Qianxiang laughed. He was not worried about eating. Qin Xiang had already planned to look for a few stupid heads to make a killing when he arrived at the Human King Immortal Country. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming would be at the Human King Immortal Country. Originally, Chen Xiang was already determined to go to the Human King Immortal Country, but who knew that the Divine Sword Immortal Palace would host an auction for the Immortal Sword. If he wanted to obtain a good Immortal Sword, he would definitely be able to go to the Divine Sword Immortal Palace right now. The Divine Sword Immortal Palace was the same as the Divine Saber Immortal Palace. They were both famous for smithing, but the weapons in the Divine Saber Immortal Palace were mainly focused on sabers. The Divine Sword Immortal Palace was just a celestial sword, while the legends said that the Divine Sword Immortal Palace was even more powerful because the treasures in the palace of the Divine Saber Immortal Palace. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword had already been lost, and the divine sword in the Divine Sword Immortal Palace was still there. It was also said that the top-grade immortal swords that came out of the Divine Sword Immortal Palace had coexisted with the Divine Sword for a period of time. They were capable of possessing a little bit of the Divine Sword's sword aura, so the Divine Sword Immortal Palace's immortal swords were also very expensive. Xiao Xiang, how is your swordsman's? HI plus P? Qin Xiang asked. My specialty is to use swords. The mysterious heaven pill I fused with contains many excellent sword techniques. I'm not strong enough yet, so I should be able to unleash the might of those sword techniques. However, if I were to use a good immortal sword... Mu Qianxiang said. Chen Xiang had some immortal swords that he picked up from the market, but those immortal swords had all been used by famous people, so using them on Mu Qianxiang would only bring her trouble, so he planned to sell those immortal swords to Mu Qianxiang and buy her a clean and better one. Then let's go to the Divine Sword Immortal Palace. Maybe I'll meet someone I know during the event. Lu Menger said. Lu Menger's parents were both master refiners, so they could possibly go back and meet Lu Menger. Then they could get Lu Menger to help them get rid of those dirty immortal swords. I hope Sister Xian Xian can also go. Mu Qianxiang really wanted to personally see the fairy-like wife that Chen Xiang had mentioned. I hope so too, Qin Xiang said. In order to save on teleporting fees, he placed Mu Qianxiang inside the ring. If he was really too poor, he could only turn into a bug, wait for someone to go to Divine Sword Immortal Palace, and then sneak into the transmission array. However, this was a bit dangerous, because it might not be able to teleport him to his destination if the transmission array was overpowered. After arriving at the Divine Sword Immortal Palace, Mu Qianxiang looked at the giant walls in shock, because those giant walls seemed to be stuck there like giant swords. The entire giant walls of the Immortal Palace seemed to be surrounded by giant swords, and in the middle of the Divine Sword Immortal Palace, there was even a giant sword that was emitting a faint white light. When Chen Xiang and Mu Qianxiang came to the center, they were shocked by the gigantic sword erected in the middle. Although they were very far from the gigantic sword, they were intimidated by the sharp tip of the sword. If it was the first time someone had come to this place, no matter who it was, they would feel as if their soul had been pierced. Divine Sword Immortal Palace actually released his own divine sword, and even gave it such a high profile. Seems like they're not afraid of being robbed. Could it be that their Divine Sword Immortal Palace has a very strong person overseeing it? Said in surprise. Even though she and Su Meiyao were inside the ring, they could still feel the strange sharpness of the divine sword. So this is the divine sword. It is indeed not simple. It would be great if it was mine. Mu Qianxiang giggled, then sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Old brother, your green dragon demon-slain broadsword is so much stronger than this divine sword. It's hard to say. Let's split the spoils evenly. Qinxiang said, I now have that divine furnace. In the future, I will learn how to refine artifacts and refine a powerful divine sword for you. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Mu Qianxiang smiled sweetly. It was only because the Divine Sword Immortal Palace was holding a grand meeting during this period of time that they were able to bring out the Palace Divine Sword. So there were many people here who were impressed, especially the people who used the sword. They felt that if they did not take a look at the divine sword, they would feel sorry for the sword in their hands. Although Chen Xiang had quite a few divine weapons, he also wanted to have one like that, but he only thought about it. It was just as Bai Yu said. If the Divine Sword Immortal Palace dared to reveal themselves, then they would not be afraid of others stealing it. After arriving here, Qin Xiang encountered another troublesome matter. It was that he was unable to obtain a jade tablet to enter the auction site. The auction for the exhibition had yet to begin, but the price for the jade tablet to enter the auction had already risen greatly, so those who were invited did not need to worry, but those who wanted to enter were different. If they have an invitation, they should have invited those acquaintances of mine. I wonder if Big Senior and the others have come. Qin Xiang brought Mu Qianxiang and wandered around the streets. He only had a few spiritual crystal now, so he didn't dare to use them carelessly. Brother, how about we sell that phoenix fruit? Mu Qianxiang suggested. She did not know the value of the phoenix fruit, nor did she have any concept of it. I can't sell it. In the future, you will know the value of holy level medicine ingredients, especially in this era where great waves occur right now. Those fruits are priceless treasures, Many people who sold holy-level medicine in the past would regret selling them. They are worth as much as the sacred sword. So I will think of a way to get you a sacred sword. Chun Xiang shook his head. Don't mind it so much. The high-grade immortal sword is enough for me to use. Mu Qianxiang said as he held Qin Xiang's arm. She could already tell that Qin Xiang was determined to get the best immortal sword for her. Qin Xiang told Long Shui to gather more information as she was able to share a lot of soul remembrance, which was much more efficient than his. Qin Xiang told Long Shui to gather more information as she was able to share a lot of soul remembrance, which was much more efficient than his. Had many precious things, but he could not sell them all. For example, he himself did not want to sell those precious medicinal herbs, and the immortal sword he picked up in the big battle was not convenient for him to sell either. It required a number of underground channels. Have you gathered any news, and did the people from the Human King immortal country come? He and Mu Qianxiang had already wandered around the outskirts of the central region of Divine Sword Immortal Palace for more than 4 hours. Don't worry, I'm looking for someone. There are quite a few famous people inside, so I temporarily haven't seen any familiar faces that you know. Long Shui said, hungry. Qin Xiang brought Mu Qianxiang to a hotel and asked. Mu Qianxiang shook her head. She knew that Qin Xiang was in urgent need of spiritual crystal, and since she wasn't going to die of hunger anyway, she didn't mind not eating for the time being. I found him. I saw the little baldy. This guy is pretty recognizable. Long Shui suddenly laughed. Wu Keiming had reverted back to his youth and had long changed into his young, youthful appearance. However, he still maintained his bald head and would definitely stand out in the crowd. It's definitely him. Qin Xiang had already brought Mu Qianxiang to the entrance of the center area. This place was similar to a few immortal palaces. If they wanted to enter the center area filled with rich people, they would need to buy a pass. The pass is very expensive. Bro, you can afford it. Mu Qianxiang asked softly, because Qin Xiang had already told her that the spiritual crystal was only so little, and that it was not enough to buy a pass. First, you enter my storage magic treasure. Then I'll sneak in. Qin Xiang whispered to her. Good idea. Bro, you're so bad. Mu Qianxiang laughed. Qin Xiang brought her to a place with no one around and put her inside his ring. Then he turned into a small flying bug and swaggered his way in, found a place with no people, and let Mu Qianxiang out. That doesn't matter, right? Will we be discovered? Mu Qianxiang was a little worried, because this was the first time she had done such a bad thing that broke the rules. Qin Xiang said very casually, Don't be afraid. All those who can enter here are all old men. Moreover, you are so beautiful, and you are also a mortal monarch. Let's go. I'll take you to find an acquaintance and have him treat us to a meal here. Qin Xiang pulled Mu Qianxiang along, and according to Long Shui's guidance, they quickly said through the luxurious central region. Mu Qianxiang had never entered this kind of rich district before, so when she entered this place, she saw all the richly decorated buildings, and her heart was filled with amazement. This also opened her eyes to a whole new world, and she firmly believed that the hotels here had a lot of precious beast meat. What's the strength of the little baldy now? Has he become a mortal monarch? Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin had already been in the heaven realm for a long time. With their talent, breaking through to the immortal monarch shouldn't be a problem. I got it. Although he is bald, his clothes are luxurious and should be pretty good. The king of the Human King immortal country is his martial family. He should have a very high status in the Human King immortal country. Long Shui said, That's great. I'm his junior martial uncle. He doesn't seem to have been filial to me before. Qin Xiang walked even faster, making him feel like he had discovered a gigantic mountain of spiritual crystal. Wu Keiming was living in a bustling neighborhood, and he looked very young, around 20 years old. When Qin Xiang first saw him, he was still an old bald man. He's going into the hotel. Qin Xiang quickened his pace, and in a matter of moments he arrived behind Wu Keiming and patted his bald head. Hearing a paw sound, Mu Qianxiang was immediately frightened. This was a very serious provocation. She thought Qinxiang was bored and decided to play like this. She had already prepared to slip away. The other passers-by also saw, but they thought that these two should be familiar with each other. Otherwise, doing so would be courting death. Wu Keiming was furious. No one had ever slapped his bald head in the street like this. Just as he was about to explode with rage, Qinxiang sent him a sound transmission. "It's me, little Baldy." Knowing that this person was previously the awesome junior master, the anger in Wu Keiming's heart also subsided. He definitely knew about the things that Qinxiang had stirred up in the Myriad Dan immortal country that day. Seeing that Wu Keiming did not take action, Mu Qianxiang suddenly remembered that Qinxiang had told her about Wu Keiming, which was the bald junior nephew. Seeing Wu Keiming's luxurious clothes, Mu Qianxiang immediately understood what Qinxiang was trying to do. "Young senior uncle, why are you here? Is there something you need me for?" Wu Keiming had a bad feeling the moment he saw Qinxiang. "Why aren't you inviting me in when you see me?" Qinxiang looked at the luxurious hotel. "Follow me." Wu Keiming quickly brought Qinxiang to the hotel and went to a suite on the 3rd floor. Qinxiang and Mu Qianxiang sat at the edge of a jade round table, waiting for the dishes to be served. However, Qinxiang did not hold back and ordered a lot of expensive dishes for Mu Qianxiang, especially those that were just a few servings. "Junior Marshal Uncle, you haven't eaten in so many years." Wu Keiming sat at the side and asked with a pained expression, "Little Baldy, you are doing pretty well right now. You can't possibly not be able to afford this kind of thing, can you? You can't be infected by that stingy, weird disease of the Alad, right?" Qinxiang said without a trace of politeness. Wu Keiming shook his head and sighed. "Junior Marshal Uncle, you're not poor either. Didn't you earn a lot in the alchemy compet? 1 I've already used up all of them. All right, I'm very poor now, but don't worry, I just want to eat one of yours, but you have to help me find the next one to eat. A lad is also here, right?" As Qinxiang said this, he began to laugh sinisterly. "Senior brother is also here, but he is with master, so I came out to play." Wu Keiming also smiled, and then he told Qinxiang his location. Wu Keiming looked at Mu Qianxiang, who had already taken off his veil. Seeing a beautiful woman following beside Qinxiang, Wu Keiming was not surprised, as he thought that it was a very normal thing. "Who is this lady?" Wu Keiming asked. "My sister." Qinxiang said, "Isn't your sister white-haired? She's dyed black, and her face doesn't look like hers either." Wu Keiming frowned. "Senior Wu, my name is Mu Qianxiang. I just became sworn brothers with elder brother Shin." Mu Qianxiang immediately stood up and cupped his fists and bowed to Wu Keiming. "Don't call me senior. According to seniority, you are older than me, and I cannot accept that." Wu Keiming was overwhelmed by the favor. "It's fine, I'm only 18 this year." Mu Qianxiang smiled sweetly. "So young. I see that you are quite strong as well." Wu Keiming felt that Mu Qianxiang's strength was not simple. "She is an immortal monarch." Qinxiang said. "She is an immortal monarch." Qinxiang said, "What? Immortal monarch is only 18. Wu Keiming was shocked. "It's just luck." Mu Qianxiang chuckled. The dishes had already come, and now Wu Keiming finally knew why Qinxiang was so poor. It was because his sister was really too good at eating. He also understood why Mu Qianxiang was so strong at such a young age. It was because the food was very delicious, and people that did not have the ability to digest it would definitely not be able to eat so many delicacies. It was all very pure energy. Of course, Qinxiang also ate a lot and hid some for Long Shui to eat, and since she was found by Long Shui, he had to give her a big portion of it. "Thank you for the hospitality." After Mu Qianxiang finished eating, he thanked Wu Keiming very politely. "You're welcome. Is that enough? If you don't have enough, you can order more." Wu Keiming laughed and said, knowing that Mu Qianxiang had to use this method to cultivate, he became more generous. "I'm already full, thank you." Mu Qianxiang laughed. Chun Xiang leaned on the back of the chair and asked, "Little Baldy, did Xian Xian and the others come?" Menger came with her parents, who are grandmasters of the refining world. Divine Sword Immortal Palace invited them here and gave them the best treatment. Wu Keiming said, secretly rejoiced when she found out that Xue Xianxian was also here. She had always wanted to see this sister-in-law very much. Qin Xiang asked, "If I were to let go of some of the immortal swords, can I find the parents of the elder sister Menger? Do they have any connections?" "Of course, they are very good at this." Wu Keiming said, Chun Xiang had a lot of black goods, so he naturally knew how it happened. If he did not find a large power, it would be difficult to turn him into a spiritual crystal. "How about this? You go find senior brother, my master is there too. Tell him about this matter. He and Menger's parents are very familiar with each other." Wu Keiming said, "Did Xiao Dao and the rest come?" Chun Xiang asked. He also wanted to see this group of old friends of his. "No, they were taken away by Duan Chong. As for where, we don't know, so it should be fine. Duan Chong is an elder of your dragon subduing school. You don't have to worry about him." Wu Keiming said. Chun Xiang nodded. Duan Chong had also said that he would look for Duan Sanchong previously, but he didn't expect that he would take away all of the little ghosts so quickly. "I'll leave now. Do you want to come with us?" Qin Xiang asked. "No need. I just came out from them this morning. I still have things to do here, and those are the instructions from the ancestor." Wu Keiming shook his head. The ancestor that Wu Keiming had mentioned should be the human king Wu Songhong. He was also a very mysterious rancor, and in Qin Xiang's eyes he was not simple. "Is your ancestor also here?" Qin Xiang asked. "He's not here. He has other things to do." Wu Keiming replied. After eating his fill, Qin Xiang followed the address that Wu Keiming gave and arrived at a large tavern which was the trial of a manor. Gu Dongqin was inside one of the medium-sized residences. 29, it should be this one. Qin Xiang brought Mu Qianxiang to the entrance of a huge house. "Bro, don't give me so much food, I'm even embarrassed." Said to eat it. Mu Qianxiang said softly, because she knew that there were a lot of people coming. Although she could eat a lot, those were all people that dared to mess around with Qin Xiang. And in front of a lot of people, she still took her image very seriously. Qin Xiang laughed, did not say anything, and strongly knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a very elegant young lady. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar door, she politely asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "Does Gu Dongqin live here?" Qin Xiang asked. "Yes. Who are you?" The young girl asked and then looked towards Mu Qianxiang, who was covered by a veil. "I'm his friend N.W. And Ji Weiquan is also living here with him, right?" Qin Xiang asked again. The girl nodded. Although her face was full of suspicion, she was very cautious and did not let Qin Xiang enter immediately. "What's your name? Are they inside? Just go and tell them that someone is looking for them." Qin Xiang said, "There are a lot of people looking for them every day, but you're the first one who doesn't say his name. What if you're their enemy, and what's more, if it's someone they don't want to see, I'll send them out to see you. I'll be blamed by them." The young girl said, "My name is Lianing Xiao." Chen Xiang said, pretending to be the Lotus Island Lord. "Liar, I've seen Uncle Lian before. He doesn't look like this. He's much more good-looking than you." The girl grew even more wary. "I changed my appearance," Chen Xiang said in a heavy voice. He couldn't reveal himself now, and he didn't know the ident. One, tie of this girl, so he definitely couldn't say his name. The girl frowned. "All right, I'll go tell him." Wait a moment. It was his first time seeing his eldest senior brother, which was why he was so polite. Otherwise, he would have jumped over the wall long ago. Not long later, Gu Dongqin arrived. When he saw Qin Xiang, he asked, Brother Lian, it's really you. You usually don't have a good appearance. Could it be that you offended some strong person and advised you not to stir up trouble everywhere? Gu Dongqin looked at Mu Qianxiang, who was behind Qin Xiang. It's me, a lad. Qin Xiang snorted. Gu Dongqin was still the same. Although he looked very handsome, he was very stingy. From his clothes, one could tell that he was much weaker than Wu Keiming. Gu Dongqin was shocked and anxiously invited Qin Xiang in. Entering the hall, the young lady poured Qin Xiang some tea and poured him some water. Who is this girl? She's quite pretty. Qin Xiang laughed. She's my master's daughter and also my junior apprentice sister. Gu Dongqin said. The young girl lightly snorted and said, I already said a long time ago that he is an Uncle Lian. Eldest martial brother. Just who is he? Mu Qianxiang had already taken off her veil, revealing her gentle and charming face. She accepted the fragrant tea from the young lady and sweetly smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. You're much more polite than that rude man of yours. The girl whispered. Mu Qianxiang laughed. He's not my man, he's my brother. Oh, then you must not have blood ties. The girl said brazenly. MN, I'm his recognized sister. Mu Qianxiang giggled. After knowing that Qin Xiang had another sister, Gu Dongqin only cursed in his heart. He said to the girl, He can be considered your junior master now. Don't be so rude. If your father knew about this, you would definitely be scolded. The young lady looked at Qin Xiang and was startled. She had never met her senior master before, and that junior master was a very famous person. She had obviously heard of Qin Xiang before, and she really admired this junior master. He really is that junior master. Qin Xiang changed back to his original appearance, smiled, and said, I never thought that I would have such a junior apprentice nephew. What's her name? W-A-N-G. W-A-N-G Xiaoyan. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't be afraid. I'm not as scary as the legends say. Uncle Master. I'm sorry, but don't tell my father. W-A-N-G Xiaoyan lowered her head and said in a low voice, It's fine, I won't say it. Qin Xiang laughed and then took out a nature fruit, handing it over to W-A-N-G Xiaoyan. This is a small gift from Junior Master to you. Don't be polite. W-A-N-G Xiaoyan did not want it at first, because it was more precious to her, but Qin Xiang had already thrown it over, so she could only accept it. Junior martial uncle, it seems like you didn't give me any gifts back then. Gu Dongqin said, It's not like you're a girl. Moreover, at that time, you were much stronger than me. Don't you have the nerve to ask me for a present? Qin Xiang said as his mouth twitched. W-A-N-G Xiaoyan left hurriedly. Not long after she left, she brought W-A-N-G Weiquan and Xiao Profoundian over. W-A-N-G Weiquan was Qin Xiang's big senior brother, so he had known about it since a long time ago, but he had never seen him like this. Xiao Profoundian had talked to him during the tournament before, so he was very familiar with him. Senior brother, junior sister, we've finally met. It's a pity that Master is not here, otherwise it would have been very lively today. Qin Xiang immediately stood up and laughed. W-A-N-G Weiquan was handsome and muscular. He was taller than Qin Xiang, and he was very happy to meet his junior brother. He immediately walked over and patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. Junior brother, you sure are capable. You have made such a name for yourself not long after coming to the Heaven Realm. I am ashamed of myself. W-A-N-G Weiquan laughed. Shouldn't Mother be senior sister? Why do you call her junior sister? W-A-N-G Xiaoyan whispered. Xiao Profoundian's elegant face slightly blushed, and she lightly snorted. Mother took in a master later than him, so I have to strictly abide by these rules, so I can only be junior sister. Greetings, senior apprentice brother. Xiao Profoundian still respected Qin Xiang a lot. but she had already been subdued by him during the pill refining compet. One Tian. Hee, no need to be polite, we are family. Chun Xiang laughed proudly. This is. Xiao Profoundian looked at Mu Qianxiang and asked, W.A. And Ji Xiaoyun quickly said, She is Junior Master's recognized sister. I remember that there is a white-haired Junior Master. Mu Qianxiang immediately bowed towards W.A. and Ji Weiquan and her. Junior apprentice brother, have you seen Master? I haven't seen him in a long time. W.A. and Ji Weiquan suddenly asked. No. Ever since he saved me that time and separated from me, I haven't seen him. He should be coming this time, but he's hidden. I'll pay attention to him. Chun Xiang said, You have something urgent to find him for. It's the human king looking for him. Xiao Profoundian said, Oh right, you really went to the night devil HL. I heard that you took the Phoenix Princess away and injured Hifeng. I never thought that second senior brother would be so powerful. It's true that I plotted against Hifeng, but I didn't take Phoenix Princess away. Rather, I took her away. The current Hifeng and the rest of the people, Fire Divine Palace, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, and the traitors were all attacking Phoenix Princess together. Qin Xiang said, It must be someone slandering me. It should be Hifeng's group. I never thought that they would be able to return alive. A few great powers had entered the night devil HLL together, and in the end returned defeated. This matter had caused quite a stir in the heaven realm. A few great powers had entered the night devil HEL together, and in the end returned defeated. This matter had caused quite a stir in the heaven realm. As for the inside news, it was only leaked out a little, but it did not sound reliable. But Chun Xiang had also gone, which was what many people believed. What happened inside? Who would have thought that so many experts would be together and lose so many people? Many famous immortal kings couldn't even come back. As expected of the night devil HEL, it could kill so many experts. W.A. and Ji Weiquan took a deep breath. Initially, he thought that the rumors were not trustworthy, but after hearing what Chen Xiang had said, it should be true. They have come across a very powerful object. They have a map, and the map leads them to a very terrifying place where the true night devil HEL is. In the depths of that place, there is a spatial gap that leads to HEL, and that is also known as the gates of HLLW. A.N. Ji Weiquan, Xiao Profoundian, and the others all knew about the affairs of the night devil S, so Qin Xiang didn't need to explain too much. Regarding this matter, Mu Qianxiang was also more clear about it, but she wouldn't say too much because Chun Xiang wanted to hide some things, such as her origins. What do the night devil look like? W.A.N. Ji Xiaoyun asked curiously. Bat devil. But those night devil S are no different from humans. Chun Xiang said, How many of those things are there? Gu Dongqin asked solemnly. There were dozens of people who came to chase us back then. Even Dragon Emperor and the others had to escape. This thing is too powerful. Thinking back to this matter, Qin Xiang still had lingering fear. If not for Duan Ming's presence at that time, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape. W.A.N. Ji Weiquan frowned as he looked at Xiao Profoundian. Dragon Emperor was much stronger than them, but facing these night devil S, he could only run. If they were to leave the night devil HEL, wouldn't that be a disaster for the heaven realm? Xiao Profoundian's face was full of worry. They shouldn't be leaving the night devil HEL. They definitely won't be for a while. If not, they would have long come out long ago. I think that because of the devil-killing summit, all of these night devil have to restrain themselves a little. Furthermore, their cultivation resources are very special, so running over to the heaven realm is not beneficial to them, unless they are strong enough to conquer the 9 heavens. Speaking to here, Qin Xiang could not help but I plus ver. If it's really like this, then they are probably secretly raising their strength. When the time comes, They might even leave Night Devil Hell. Duan Ming had said before that there might be that sort of demon emperor of the night in the Night Devil Hell. In these 9 days, Qin Xiang didn't know if there was anyone who could stop a fellow at that level. He had a faint feeling that the Night Devil Hell was much stronger than he had imagined. Let's not talk about all this. This is a matter for the future. Dongqin, you have to hurry up and become an immortal king. Otherwise, you won't even have the ability to run for your life. W.A. and Ji Weiquan said as he looked at Gu Dongqin. Xiao Profound Jin laughed lightly and asked, Second senior brother, you specially came to find us. There must be something that has come up, right? If there's nothing else, he wouldn't bother to look for us. Gu Dongqin muttered to himself. Normally, Qin Xiang would rarely show himself, like last time when he went to Partik. 1 P. 8 in the pill refining compet. 1 Tan. He must be looking for a wife. Xiao Profound Jin laughed. All right, I am indeed here to find Xian Xian. I heard that she and her master are both in the same place, so it won't be easy for me to enter. Qin Xiang said, I'll go find old Lu right away. If there's anything urgent, just say it quickly. W.A. and Ji Weiquan knew Qin Xiang's current situation. If he was not particularly anxious, he would not reveal himself, as this was extremely dangerous for him. W.A.N. Ji Weiquan was about to leave, but Qin Xiang anxiously said, Big Senior, I have a few immortal swords in my hands, so you know. W.A.N. Ji Weiquan smiled slightly. I understand, so that's how it is. Xiao Profound Jin and W.A.N. Ji Weiquan left together. Gu Dongqin's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Xiang and asked, Junior Master, what is your immortal sword? Can you open my eyes? One of them is He Feng's. Gu Dongqin exclaimed. I heard that you chopped off He Feng's hand in Night Devil Hell, but I never thought that it would be true. You even stole the immortal sword. This seems to be the second time that someone has gotten hold of this fellow. The first time was during his father's battle for the throne. At that time, there were already people who suspected Qin Xiang, but there was no evidence. When Gu Dongqin thought back to this matter, his gaze at Qin Xiang became extremely strange. Who was He Feng, the first prince of Myriad Dan Immortal Country? He once killed a demon palace all by himself. The weapons in his hands must definitely be good ones, to actually fall into Qin Xiang's hands. That guy never remembers, but he is indeed very strong. I can only sneak attack him and fight him head-on. I'm no match for him. Qin Xiang acknowledged that He Feng was strong, but that did not mean that he was impossible to defeat and that he had to use some methods. Lad, are there any powerful immortal swords on display at this exhibition? Is there anyone willing to take out any famous treasures for auction? Qin Xiang was more concerned with this matter because he wanted to help Mu Qianxiang get a good immortal sword so that she could go to the hundreds of flowers immortal country. You're already a green dragon demon-slain broadsword, but you still have your eyes on those things. Gu Dongqin looked at him with disdain. You can't be thinking of going there to steal from me, right? Do you really think I'm that kind of person in your eyes? Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, I said it wrong. You're not going to steal, you're going to rob. Gu Dongqin said, Then He Feng will be S&A-T head away by you 2 times. It seems that I have to stay away from you when the time comes. W.A.N.G. Xiaoyan whispered, Little Marshal Uncle, can you help me grab one? Little Yin, if your dad finds out about your thoughts, he'll scold you to death. Gu Dongqin glanced at Qin Xiang. Little Senior Master, take a look at yourself. You're bringing a bad child. Qin Xiang said snappily, It was you who first said that I was going to steal it. I didn't say that I was going to do that kind of thing. In that kind of place, it was very rare for Qin Xiang to do anything foolish like that. Moreover, the appearance of the divine sword meant that there was a strong ancient artifact overseeing divine sword immortal palace. and Ji Weiquan and Xiao Profoundian's parents had returned, and there were even 4 people following behind them. They were Lu Menger's parents, Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian. Qin Xiang anxiously walked out to welcome him. When Xue Xianxian saw Qin Xiang, he snorted lightly and quickly walked forward, throwing himself into Qin Xiang's embrace. They had not seen each other for a long time. Previously, Xue Xianxian had flown up first, and then Qin Xiang came up after a period of time. I'm so worried, Xue Xianxian said with hidden bitterness, but her beautiful face was filled with joy. She was definitely very happy that her husband was safe and sound. Although Qin Xiang was not in a good situation right now, he was a character whose name moved everyone, and her husband's strength made her feel proud. Greetings, seniors. Qin Xiang hastily bowed to Lu Zongyu and her, then looked towards Lu Menger, elder sister Menger. Greetings, seniors. Qin Xiang hastily bowed to Lu Zongyu and her, then looked towards Lu Menger, elder sister Menger. Lu Menger nodded his head, slightly, indicating his agreement. Young man, you're quite capable. Lu Zongyu patted Qin Xiang's shoulders and chuckled. Of course, he's my junior. And Ji Weiquan also laughed. Xue Xianxian looked at Mu Qianxiang and smiled at her. Little sister Mu Qianxiang greets big sis. On the way here, Xue Xianxian had heard and Ji Weiquan talk about Mu Qianxiang. Xiao Xiang, what method did this and Ghost use to make you acknowledge him as your big brother? You're a mortal monarch and also so young. Xue Xianxian rolled his eyes at Qin Xiang. He treated me well and saved me from danger. She realized that Xue Xianxian had a very strong power in his body. His strength seemed to be at the same level as hers, maybe even a little stronger than hers. Let's go in first. Ji Weiquan hastily called for the person to come in, then closed the doors to the hall and set up some enchantments. Take out those items. Let me take a look at the goods first. And Ji Weiquan immediately said. And Ji Weiquan had already told them that he had a bunch of black goods in his hands. Lu Menger had told her before, but she had only given a simple response, worried that her parents would see through something. Because she was Xue Xianxian's master, her parents would definitely not agree to it if she had that sort of relations. H.I.+P with Qin Xiang. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin knew a little, but they did not say anything. They knew that such matters could not be randomly said and would affect Qin Xiang and Lu Ming. Qin Xiang took out a batch of immortal equipment. Among them, there were 3 high-grade immortal equipment that shone with a glaring light, attracting the eyes the most. As master refiners, Lu Zongyu and Song naturally knew the origins of these 3 high-grade immortal equipment. These 2 immortal swords belonged to Hifeng. I didn't think that you would be the one to cut off his arm twice, and even stole the immortal sword. Song Ying took a deep breath. The 2 immortal swords were very precious, but they were also very hard to sell. The owner of this spear should be that small gold eagle. The things refined by the master refiners in Imperial Feather Race are indeed extraordinary, and are much better than those 2 immortal swords. You killed the small gold eagle. Lu Zongyu looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of shock. To even dare to kill small gold eagle, that was equivalent to becoming enemies with Imperial Feather Race. My master did it, Qin Xiang said indifferently, and directly blamed it on Huang Jintian. After all, Huang Jintian had a share of the golden rock meat. And Ji Weiquan was shocked. It's actually master, he's really reckless. Qin Xiang laughed. That's nothing, he even killed 2 little emperor dragons there. Don't spread the news, otherwise he will scold me to death. Xue Xianxian laughed lowly. You definitely have a part in this, otherwise you wouldn't have known. You're really bad, directly putting all of these crimes on Grandfather Huang's head. Qin Xiang changed the topic and asked, 2 seniors, these 2 immortal swords, and this spear. Adding all of these together, how much is it worth? There were a few immortal swords on the table, all of them belonging to the powerful experts that had fallen in the battle for the throne. There were actually a few in Qin Xiang's hands. If it's not because of their origins, they could sell for a lot. I'll be straightforward because I have to deal with some subsequent trouble, so I can only sell for 200 million spiritual crystal. Lu Zongyu said, "This kind of thing can't be sold just like that, so after we recycle it, we have to refine it from the beginning, and we also have to forge its history. In the process, it's easy to damage, and there is a certain risk." Lu Menger explained, because she knew that her parents weren't trying to trick Qin Xiang, so the price was already very generous. Sure deal. Qin Xiang never thought that these things would be sold for such a high price. You must keep this a secret, especially the small gold eagle. Although it was my master who did it, if word of it gets out, I will definitely not get out of it. Chen Xiang earnestly reminded. Song Ying gave Chen Xiang a jade tablet and laughed. "You do not have to worry about this. We will definitely keep it a secret for you. If you take this jade tablet, you can go to the Spiritual Crystal Immortal Palace and exchange them for spiritual crystalless. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal after making such a huge profit?" Xue Xianxian laughed mischievously. He had chatted with Mu Qianxiang for a while already, and they chatted quite a bit. Although Mu Qianxiang looked a little restrained now, after Xue Xianxian had chatted with her for a while, he realized that Mu Qianxiang's character was a little similar to Lung Yulan's. In his heart, he had a kind of unruly character, but Lung Yulan was actually that kind of woman who had a wild exterior and a wild heart. "Junior Marshal Uncle, look at Uncle Lu. The spiritual crystal are all placed with their wives." W.A.N. Ji Xiaoyan laughed. Qin Xiang coughed dryly a few times. "That's right, although I'm your guest, my rewards today were so bountiful. So I'm going to be the host. I'll treat you guys to a big meal." Just when everyone thought that Chen Xiang was going to bring them to the hotel, Chen Xiang suddenly took out some raw meat and an examination furnace. "What kind of meat is this? The immortal power contained in it is not simple." Lu Zongyu could tell at a glance that those skinny people were extraordinary. Chen Xiang laughed, but did not say a word, allowing Mu Qianxiang to roast the meat. The quality of the beast meat is very high. There aren't even any restaurants here. "Junior brother, could this be the meat of those night deviless?" W.A.N. Ji Weiquan asked. "The meat of the night devil is not that good. That type of meat is still black." Qin Xiang laughed. "It doesn't look like human meat. It's that big." Xue Xianxian was very curious. "Could this be dragon meat?" "Dragon meat. I've never eaten it before. Daddy, roast one for me to eat." W.A.N. Ji Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. Only Mu Qianxiang knew that this was golden rock meat. She had eaten it before, but Chen Xiang had never said it out loud, as he wanted to pull all the people here into the water. She looked at Qin Xiang, who was happily laughing, and scolded in her heart. Even though there were immortal kings present, they had yet to have any dragon meat to eat. Lu Menger and Song Ying sat together. This mother and daughter pair looked like sisters, young and beautiful. When they heard that it was dragon meat, they also wanted to quickly try it and focus on roasting it. Could it be the dragon meat on Dragon Emperor's arm? Song Ying asked in surprise. "Master cut off that arm. It's none of my business." Initially, Chen Xiang wanted Huang Jintian to give him some of the Dragon Emperor's meat, but he did not. This old madman definitely has a powerful weapon in his hands. Otherwise, he would not so easily cut off the Dragon Emperor's arm. Lu Zongyu asked, "I heard that there are 2 people who saved you today. Other than your master, there is also a white dragon." Qin Xiang was shocked. Even Lu Zongyu knew about this kind of thing. Back then, Bai Long was killed by the combined forces of the other dragons in Imperial Dragon Clan. If there is still a chance now, we must definitely go against the Imperial Dragon Clan. Song Ying said. Lu Menger knew that this was Qin Xiang's secret. Back then, when she was in danger with Chen Xiang, someone had secretly said his skills to her. Chen Xiang, since you have obtained the divine cauldron, can you let us see? This is a divine blacksmith's item. My parents are both the disciples of the divine blacksmith's descendants. Lu Menger changed the topic and said, Relax, I won't take you. I'll just watch. Chen Xiang took out the divine cauldron, but did not take out the lid. If it was an entire divine cauldron, he was afraid that Lu Zongyu's master would come and atch it away. Without the lid on the divine cauldron, it was not that precious. In the eyes of many, it was merely a collection. Lu Zongyu took the divine furnace and watched it carefully with Song-Ying. There's actually no spirit grain, as expected of the divine craftsman grandmaster. Just how did he refine it? Lu Zongyu originally wanted to learn something from looking at the spirit grain above, but he did not gain anything. Although they did not have spirit grain the divine cauldron was strong, so Lu Zongyu and Song-Ying could not see how they refined it. If you're missing a lid from the cauldron, it shouldn't be very useful. Furthermore, it's mainly used for refining. I really don't understand why you would want to take the risk and obtain it. Xiao Profoundian asked. If I find the lid, it will be of great use. Besides, I use it mainly for fighting. After this thing gets bigger, it would be great to take it out and smash it. Chen Xiang laughed and took the divine furnace. Mu Qianxiang knew that there was a lid to it, and now she understood why Chen Xiang was so happy back then. No wonder Chen Xiang had thought of all sorts of ways to get a good immortal sword for her, and even brought her to taste such precious delicacies, all for the sake of thanking her. Chen Xiang, you have a lot of pills, right? Can you sell some to us? Song-Ying asked. The batch of ground-level pills in Chen Xiang's hands was still of great use to them. It could help lower-level people to raise their strength. I'll sell it again. Let's work together when we get the chance. Chun Xiang felt said as he looked at the piece of goldenrock meat that was about to be cooked. Junior Master, whether or not you did that thing in the Divine Saber Mortal Palace. Divine Saber Mortal Palace is now certain that it was you, and that Hanyue and Snow Moon Immortal Palace also believe that it was you who took their Holy Spirit rabbit. Now they are both here. Gu Dongchen laughed. I heard that when men use jade rabbit blood, they become women. Chen Xiang had a jade rabbit in his hands, but the blood that he had extracted so far was for the use of Long Shuai and the other two girls. I didn't do it. Chen Xiang immediately denied it. Xue Xianxian only smiled. Mu Jialan and Yao Shumi had initially said that they would send Xue Xianxian the jade rabbit blood at regular intervals, but Xue Xianxian had already received it. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. The Holy Spirit rabbit was no small matter, and now that all the clues had been cut off, he could only suspect Chen Xiang. Yu Xuelian, Mu Jialan, and Yao Shumi, the three girls, all had one each. Their jade rabbit blood should be abundant, so they were able to give Xue Xianxian a lot. The meat had already been roasted, and everyone was currently savoring it. They all thought it was dragon meat, and even the immortal king could feel the benefits from eating it. Is this really dragon meat? Isn't it said that dragon meat is sour and hard? Wang Weiquan frowned. That's right, Master said this. He said he has eaten it. I heard him say that too. Xiao Profoundian nodded. Of course it's not dragon meat. I didn't say it was dragon meat, but you guys think so. Chun Xiang laughed. Then what meat is this? Lu Zongyu asked anxiously, and when everyone saw Chen Xiang smiling, their hearts dropped. They had a bad premonition. Chen Xiang laughed. This is goldenrock meat. It's from that small gold eagle. It's over. Gu Dongchen's expression was as though he had eaten a fly. Although the goldenrock meat was delicious, he wanted to spit it out. The goldenrock king still didn't know who the small gold eagle was. If he knew that it was Chen Xiang in the future, Chen Xiang said that these people would eat his son, then they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. The goldenrock king still didn't know who the small gold eagle was. If he knew that it was Chen Xiang in the future, Chen Xiang said that these people would eat his son, then they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. What's there to be afraid of? If there's anything, that old lunatic will help us carry it. Everyone can eat without worry. Chen Xiang laughed. Scoundrel, you're pulling us into the water. Although Xue Xianxian said that his eyes was full of smiles, they felt that it would be better to stay far away from Chen Xiang in the future. Back then, Gu Dongqin had often said that he was acquainted with Chen Xiang, and they would be tricked until they didn't know each other properly. Oh, right, what kind of powerful immortal swords will be displayed this time? Chen Xiang asked. He took out some more golden rock meat, but since he had already eaten, no one was worried about him. Since it was rare to eat it, they just need to say it. I heard that there will be 3 holy swords appearing. I wonder if they will be sold. Lu Meng'er said, it shouldn't be for sale. People with this kind of thing don't lack spiritual crystal less. W.A. And Ji Weiquan sighed. If I'm going to sell it, I'll have to get it even if I have to run out of money. Not necessarily. Even if something like the holy sword were to be sold, it definitely wouldn't be traded with spiritual crystal. Song Ying said, what do we use without spiritual crystal? Chen Xiang asked curiously. I don't know. In short, these things won't appear in the auction. If those people are willing to sell them, it means that they are missing something. They should be exchanging it for something of equal value. Song Ying replied, Junior Marshal Uncle, you already have a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Why are you thinking about a holy sword? W.A. And Ji Xiaoyun asked on the side, her mouth full of oil. Chun Xiang looked at Xue Xianxian and laughed. Xianxian, do you want the holy sword? Xue Xianxian shook his head. I only use my spear, and if I want to refine it myself, then that would be enough to satisfy myself, and right now I already have that kind of thing, and it's very easy for others to take it away. Junior brother, can you take out your green dragon demon-slain broadsword to broaden everyone's horizons? I don't have a holy sword, but touching the divine blade is also fun. W.A.N. Ji Weiquan laughed, and everyone immediately became excited, especially Lu Zongyu and Song Ying. Chen Xiang magnanimously took out the divine blade. This blade was meant for him. Even if he didn't want it, he had no choice but to follow him. At that time, the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord had also expended a lot of effort to isolate him. Legend has it that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was a divine weapon forged jointly by the Azure Dragon and the divine craftsman grandmaster. Lu Zongyu stared at the green dragon demon-slain broadsword that Qin Xiang took out, and Qin Xiang handed the blade over to W.A.N. Ji Weiquan first. After W.A.N. Ji Weiquan received it, his expression immediately changed. It's very heavy. Seeing that, everyone was moved. Everyone knew what strength W.A.N. Ji Weiquan had, and now it was extremely difficult for W.A.N. Ji Weiquan to wield the blade, but Chen Xiang was extremely relaxed just now. Is that so? I don't think so. Chun Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword had not been given to others for a long time. W.A.N. Ji Weiquan pulled a long face and used his hands to relax. He then looked carefully at the mighty green dragon on the blade and the complicated yet beautiful spirit grain. He then set it over to Lu Zongyu and Song Ying. They were already mentally prepared when they received it, but they were still surprised. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, was indeed very heavy, and it was the same for Qin Xiang when he first obtained it. Lu Meng'er had also seen it back then, but now it was even heavier than before. Why is it heavier than before? Lu Meng'er had to use the innate qi in order to steadily pick it up. Could the material of this delay saber be the same as the delay sword in the middle here? Could it be that this delay saber is able to become bigger? When Lu Zongyu saw those spirit grain, he felt it was extremely complicated. His master was a divine craftsman descendant, The spirit grain that he learned was left behind by a divine craftsman, but now he was completely confused. The spirit grain that he had learned could not let him understand the spirit grain above them. This isn't like the spirit grain pa-s said down by the divine craftsman ancestor at all. It's very profound, and it even has multiple combinations. Song Ing furrowed his brows. Previously, she and Lu Zongyu had remembered that it was impossible to keep a lot of spirit grain in mind. Even if Qin Xiang lent them the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, it would still take them a long time to study. They exchanged the green dragon demon-slain broadsword with Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang retracted it, he laughed. I wonder how strong this divine blade of mine is compared to that divine sword. That should be about it. That divine sword is also very powerful. It's said that it's one of the 2 divine swords left behind by the Sword Emperor. Lu Zongyu said, Sword Emperor. One of the 9 emperors is a person with a lot of divine weapons. Legend has it that he possesses 3 divine swords, and 2 of them have been pa-s sent down to the outside world. Right now he has one with him. Lu Zongyu said, I heard that the Sword Divine Palace is also here to partic. 1. P8 in this immortal sword conference, so they should be here to cause trouble. Although they each have 2 immortal swords of the Sword Emperor, they have always been at odds with each other, Song Ying said. Xue Xianxian was surprised. In that case, this immortal sword conference will have 2 immortal swords appearing. It is shocking enough that I thought there would be a few holy swords. I don't know yet, but I think that this immortal sword conference was held deliberately by the divine Sword Immortal Palace to lure the Sword Divine Palace. Lu Zongyu said, was moved when he heard about the 2 divine swords, but it was not easy to obtain such a thing. A person who protected a divine weapon like that would definitely be an extremely strong existence. To be able to obtain a holy sword was already not bad, but Qin Xiang only thought about the immortal sword. Furthermore, he already had a divine blade, so the experience of the divine blade was much greater than the 2 legendary swords. Xianxian, I never thought that you would already be a mortal monarch. You're always faster than me. Qin Xiang lamented. If you could also calm your heart and cultivate like me, you would have definitely Serpa. S said me long ago, your cultivation isn't higher than mine, but that doesn't mean you're weaker than me. Xue Xianxian laughed. After they finished the roast meat, Lu Zongyu and the others also left. Originally, Xue Xianxian had wanted to follow Qin Xiang, but he decided to let her stay with Lu Menger and the others. Qin Xiang did not stay at W.A. and Ji Weichuan's place for long either, and brought Mu Qianxiang to a hotel to sleep. But before Lu Zongyu left, he gave him 2 jade plates, allowing him and Mu Qianxiang to partake. 1. P8 in the Sword D conference. It's starting tomorrow. It's better to have someone we know. It will save us a lot of trouble. Qin Xiang stood in front of the window and stretched his back. At this time, the sky had just brightened and there were many richly dressed people walking on the street. Mu Qianxiang combed his hair and said, I never thought that big sis Xianxian would be so secretive. I feel that she's much stronger than she looks. Of course, don't you know whose wife she is? Qin Xiang laughed. How did you chat with her? I know that during the barbecue, you guys were constantly talking to each other through sound transmission. Did she say anything bad about me? Of course, don't you know whose wife she is? Qin Xiang laughed. How did you chat with her? I know that during the barbecue, you guys were constantly talking to each other through sound transmission. Did she say anything bad about me? No, but I'd like to know about your past. Mu Qianxiang laughed. Looking at the charming and beautiful Mu Qianxiang, Qin Xiang thought of Hua Xiangyue. Like her, Hua Xiangyue also had a kind of captivating charm and intoxicating fragrance. Hua Xiangyue was not here, but she and Wu Qianqian were cultivating in another place, so W.A.N. Ji Weiquan did not know the details. Sister Xianxian told me that hundreds of Flower's immortal country's flower emperor would come over at that time. Mu Qianxiang's face was full of antic. One, Asian. I heard that she also uses a sword and even used her own 100-blossom, holy sword to display, to let her broaden her horizons. Hurry up and tidy up. Let's go out for a walk. Maybe we'll be able to meet her and join her hundreds of flowers' immortal country here. Chen Xiang's eyes lit up and anxiously urged. After Mu Qianxiang combed his hair, he changed into a plain and simple dress. Although Chen Xiang bought some luxurious clothes for her, she didn't like them too much, so she still rather liked those light and simple clothes. Even so, they wouldn't weaken her charm and would instead add a light and elegant temperament to them. After covering her face with a veil, Qin Xiang brought her out of the middle-tier inn and headed towards the vast palace in the middle. That was the center of power for the divine sword immortal palace, where the people in charge and powerful people resided. The hotels near the divine sword palace were all of the highest grade, with many big arrays for gathering immortal qi, and even some formation arrays for assisting in cultivation. Therefore, the cost was very scary. When they got close to the divine sword palace, there was suddenly a commotion in front of them in the crowded area. Everyone quickly retreated, then stood on both sides of the street, opening up a path. Seeing that, Qin Xiang anxiously pulled Mu Qianxiang to the side. Normally, some big shot would come out to watch, but today there were many experts gathered in divine sword immortal palace. Even the low-key hundreds of flowers immortal country Hua Yanjing had come. After they opened up a path, they saw a large golden caravan slowly approaching. There were no beasts pulling the carriage, so with one look they could tell that this golden carriage was a meticulously crafted immortal equipment that could use spiritual crystal as its driving force. To have this kind of person, not only did they have to have spiritual crystal, they also needed to know a group of refiner to be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that the person in the carriage was an important person within a large power. Mu Qianxiang suddenly held on to Chen Xiang's hand tightly. He frowned as he looked at the carriage, his face filled with unease. "What's wrong?" Chen Xiang asked via sound transmission. Mu Qianxiang, having such an expression, showed that there was something that made her feel uneasy. "The person inside gave me a very strange feeling. I don't know why, but it is all because of that mysterious heaven pill in my body." Mu Qianxiang replied with a sound transmission. "Just now, the heaven pellet in my body jumped for some reason, allowing me to sense that the person inside this carriage has a very scary thing." Chen Xiang did not understand, but he felt that this was not a good thing. Just when he wanted old man Mu Qianxiang to leave, the carriage window suddenly opened, revealing a handsome face that was as sharp as a knife. Mu Qianxiang also glanced at the man, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, as large amounts of perspiration seeped out of her palms. Chen Xiang sensed it and immediately pulled him away. "Stop them." He only saw two figures suddenly appear, one in front and one behind, blocking Qin Xiang and her. Qin Xiang clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice, "What are you guys trying to do?" "Our young master wants to invite you to be his guests." The middle-aged man in front of Qin Xiang said, "Thanks, but we're busy." Qin Xiang pulled Mu Qianxiang, and just as he took a step forward, the middle-aged man extended an arm to block Qin Xiang. "I'll count to 3. If you block me again, then we won't be polite." Qin Xiang said calmly, his voice carrying a trace of killing intent. The surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed like he was serious. Mu Qianxiang did not say anything. Although she was an immortal monarch, she felt that this kind of matter should still be left to Qin Xiang to handle. There were already a lot of people here, and now that something like this happened, everyone turned to look. Sensing Qin Xiang's killing intent, everyone frowned. They were very close to the divine sword palace, and fighting here meant that they could not go against him. 1, 2, 3. Qin Xiang counted loudly and counted quickly. "Don't let them go. The handsome middle-aged man on top of the caravan spoke coldly. Once he said that, Chen Xiang's other hand started to move. Everyone could clearly see Chen Xiang raising his hand, which drew out a red light. Following that was the middle-aged man's thick arm dropping to the ground. Fresh blood gus. Plussing out from the location of his severed arm. I already said, if you stop me, I won't be polite. Chen Xiang turned his head to look at the man on the carriage and shouted, Why are you stopping us? We didn't provoke you. The man was also surprised if he were to make a move here, it would indeed anger the divine sword palace. Let's go. Chen Xiang snorted in anger and pulled Mu Qianxiang away quickly. Seeing Chen Xiang leave, the middle-aged man who had lost an arm asked in pain, Young master, send someone to follow them and find out where they live. If necessary, get rid of the man and bring the woman back to me. That man had given such an order in public. It could be seen that he had no scruples, and everyone was very curious about his ident. One Tai, Chen Xiang, who had left, also heard these words under the communication given by Long Shui. If you have the guts, then come. No matter how many come, you will die. Once the Immortal Sword Conference is over, I will definitely kill this guy. Chen Xiang was furious in his heart. That man had set his eyes on them for no reason. Not long after, Chen Xiang found out that the strongest person among them was a mortal monarch, and the other few were all late period of human immortal. Chen Xiang made Mu Qianxiang enter into the ring to disguise himself, and then he easily shook off the people who were following him. Mu Qianxiang had also changed his appearance, but Mu Qianxiang was still worried. That fellow can sense the power of my heaven pill. Even if I have to disguise myself, he will definitely recognize me if I were to come across him. Mu Qianxiang sighed lightly. I don't know why I feel this way either. It doesn't matter, as long as you avoid him. You'll feel that way when you get close to him, right? Chen Xiang asked, and I feel that there is something on his body that is related to my mysterious heaven pill. Mu Qianxiang nodded. Chen Xiang asked Long Shui to keep his eyes on the surroundings, to avoid getting too close to the man in the luxurious carriage. At the same time, he was also asking everywhere about the background of the man, and now the people of Divine Sword Palace were looking for them because they had made a move here to cut off one of his arms. It was considered an act of provocation. Very quickly, Chen Xiang found out about the man's background, because what happened today also caused quite a commotion. Very quickly, Chen Xiang found out about the man's background, because what happened today also caused quite a commotion. The young master of the Sword Divine Palace, the great-grandson of the Sword Divine Palace's Hall Master. I heard that he inherited some kind of sword soul legacy, so he was able to control a holy sword at such a young age. Xiao Xiang, do you know why the heavenly core in your body is related to him? Chen Xiang asked. Sword soul. It might be that thing, and I don't even know what the sword soul is. Mu Qianxiang frowned. The great-grandson of the Sword Divine Palace's master is named Ding Xingyao, and is known to be unparalleled under the immortal monarch. Didn't this Sword Divine Palace have enmity with the Divine Sword Palace? Now that the Divine Sword Palace hasn't gone to look for Ding Xingyao, he has actually gone to search for me everywhere. Chen Xiang said angrily, Indeed, people with status can ignore the rules. In that case, are we still going to partic? 1p. 8 in the Immortal Sword Conference. I'm worried that I will bring you trouble. Mu Qianxiang said, Go, why not? I've already found out where the Flower Emperor is. At that time, as long as you join the hundreds of flowers immortal country, the Sword Divine Palace won't dare to provoke you either. Chen Xiang patted her shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. Take out your wild name. If that guy dares to come again, you can come and fight with me. Mu Qianxiang revealed a smile. No problem. Beat him up together. Give him some face, and he will be quiet. We siblings are not that easy to mess with. That's more like it. Chen Xiang laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get a good sword. Ding Xingyao stood at the side of a middle-aged man and said softly, "Grandfather, I did not strike out recklessly. I feel that woman has something stronger than my sword spirit. The sword chi is extremely weak, but it is the same as the sword chi of the divine sword in the middle of divine sword immortal palace. I wonder what is in her body. If your great-grandfather were to come, he should be able to find out what it is. I have already sent someone to send him a message, so we'll soon be able to confirm what it is." He was the great clan elder of the Sword Divine Palace. His status was extremely high, and his strength was also at the intermediate Immortal King stage. At this moment, someone came in and handed over a letter. Ding Tiangui opened it, and the words on it immediately disappeared. Ding Tiangui also knew the contents of the letter. "I didn't expect it to be that one." Ding Tianhui held the blank piece of paper tightly. His hands were actually trembling, and he looked extremely excited. "Your great-grandfather will arrive soon." Ding Xingyao said in a shocked voice, "What exactly is it that made this great-grandfather, who has never left the Sword Divine Palace for 10,000 years, come personally? The thing on that woman's body is so much more powerful than my sword spirit. Your sword spirit is just a strand of the 1,000 myriad Tao divine sword soul that is hidden on the divine sword, and the thing that the woman has is the Sword Emperor's true inheritance. I don't know why it would appear on a woman, but after the Sword Emperor and the Dan Emperor entered the Night Devil H.L., there was no news about it." Ding Tianhui's eyes were filled with abnormality. "If we can obtain this woman, the strength of our Sword Divine Palace will definitely lose out to that Divine Sword Palace very quickly." Ding Xingyao gritted his teeth. "If I had known earlier, I would have taken that woman down without a care, blaming me for being too worried about the Divine Sword Palace. It's all right, they haven't left the Divine Sword Immortal Palace yet. Your great-grandfather will be here soon, and at that time, there should be a way to find that woman." Ding Tianhui took a deep breath. "From your description, the female follower seems to be very powerful." When he made his move, innate chi was only at the intermediate stage of the worldly immortal stage. It wasn't that powerful. Ding Xingyao said, "Great-grandfather is sure that the woman has the Sword Emperor's legacy." How did he confirm it? Those who have absorbed the sword soul will be able to sense it. Obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance means that they will be able to gain the sword soul's approval. They can easily control the divine sword, unlike us who need to expend a great deal of energy to use it. Ding Tianhui said, "It all depends on great-grandfather." Ding Xingyao clenched his fist and said, "Qin Xiang and Mu Qianxiang did not go out. Instead, they sent someone to Pa S a message to W. A. and Ji Weiquan, leaving behind an address. He wanted to see Lu Zhongyu. The one who came was not Lu Zhongyu but Lu Meng. Elder Sister Menger, why are you here?" Chun Xiang was a little shocked, but he secretly rejoiced in his heart because he finally had the chance to be alone with Lu Meng. Lu Menger wore a light green long dress. She was dressed in a very simple manner, unlike the queen's temperament when she was at the Divine Arms Mill, but she still gave off a peerless and blee feeling. "Xiao Xiang, Elder Sister Menger, and I have something we need to talk about alone. Wait here for a while." Qin Xiang did not care about Mu Qianxiang's surprised expression. She grabbed onto Lu Menger's soft jade hands and quickly walked into the room. Previously, when they were eating the barbecue meat together, Mu Qianxiang had thought that their relations H.I. plus P was not that good, but now she was shocked. She did not expect Qin Xiang and Lu Menger to have this kind of relations. H.I. plus P. It was just that she covered it up at that time. Would Sister Xian Xian not know about this? I am so bad, master and disciple. Mu Qianxiang looked at the tightly shut door and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Chun Xiang and Lu Menger sat on the side of the bed as Qin Xiang held her extremely beautiful jade face and stared at her beautiful eyes that contained boundless gentleness. "Elder Sister Menger, I missed you so much." Qin Xiang gently caressed her cheeks. Me too. It's just that we're not suitable right now. Lu Meng'er let out a faint sigh and leaned into Chen Xiang's embrace. Little scoundrel, all these years, you've been the only one who has made others worry. Only the little girl Xian Xian is completely confident in you. Qin Xiang lowered his head and kissed her lips. Lu Meng'er looked at her with a gaze as gentle as water, then closed his eyes and started to kiss Qin Xiang. In the midst of kissing, Lu Meng'er suddenly felt a big hand reaching into his clothes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Scoundrel, your new, recognized sister is still outside." Qin Xiang reluctantly retracted his hand and wrapped his arm around Lu Meng'er's waist, greedily sucking on her tongue. Very quickly, the two of them fell into an ungrateful kiss. "Enough, your sister will definitely laugh if we go out." Her cheeks were slightly red, making them even more enchanting, causing Chen Xiang to be unable to resist kissing her jade-like, smooth cheeks. Lu Meng'er straightened his clothes, then walked out of his room. After opening the door, he saw Mu Qianxiang staring at them with a pair of big eyes that were filled with curiosity. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. "We're just going to talk in private." Qin Xiang covered up. "I don't believe it." Mu Qianxiang stuck out his tongue. "Bro, you're actually a playboy too." "Well, it's just as you think. You mustn't talk nonsense." Qin Xiang led the shy Lu Meng'er and sat at the table. "Xiao Xiang, he and I have been together for a long time. Xian Xian knows this as well, so don't spout nonsense." Lu Meng'er smiled slightly, causing him to look at her in a daze. "I know about elder sister Meng'er. I understand that. Can you tell me how many women this brother scoundrel is related to?" Mu Qianxiang suddenly became curious and chuckled as he asked. Lu Meng'er glanced at Chen Xiang, then chuckled. "I'll tell you later. Let's talk about the sword soul first. The person who cut off that person's arm should be that little scoundrel, right?" When Lu Meng'er came here, he had already guessed this matter. Yes, that guy stopped us and did not let us go. It's even more baffling if we don't teach him a lesson. I wouldn't be dragon subduing school anymore. Qin Xiang coldly snorted. "My parents couldn't come because they had something to do, so they asked me to come." Lu Meng'er looked at Mu Qianxiang. She knew that this matter had arisen because of Mu Qianxiang, that Ding Xingyao has a very high position in the Sword Divine Palace. Even though he is normally a little overbearing, he won't try to rob people in the streets. Mu Qianxiang hesitated for a moment, and then Lu Meng'er said again, "Little sister Xiao Xiang, what are you worried about? Don't you know about the matter between me and this little scoundrel?" "Go ahead, but you have to keep this a secret for her, elder sister Meng'er," Qin Xiang said. "Of course." Lu Meng'er nodded. Then Mu Qianxiang told her about the heaven pellet in her body, because when Ding Xingyao got close, she had that strange feeling. "I never thought that you, little scoundrel, would actually go to one of the legendary sacred grounds in the night Devil H. LL. Lu Meng'er frowned slightly. He had already told her earlier that she had followed Chen Xiang out of the forbidden grounds. "What is a sword soul?" Qin Xiang asked. "Over time, it will be condensed within the divine sword, and only those who are fated with the sword will be able to receive a sword soul. With a sword soul, it is equivalent to the Sword Emperor having a little bit of insight into the way of the sword, which is why he has made outstanding achievements in the way of the sword. When Ding Xingyao was 10 years old, he absorbed a strand of sword spirit, and now he is already 100 years old. He claims that no one under the mortal monarch is able to defeat him." Lu Meng'er explained, "As for the heaven pill in your body, Xiao Xiang, I'm not too sure, but when I came here with my parents, I heard from an elder in the divine Sword Palace about the Sword Emperor. Back then, the Sword Emperor entered the night Devil H, EL, L with the Dan Emperor, but there was no news about it after that." "Oh, that's right. The Sword Emperor is a woman," Lu Meng'er added. "Back then, Chen Xiang was certain that the heaven pellet was not from the Dan Emperor. Now, it was actually from the Sword Emperor's heavenly pellet. If that was the case, the Sword Emperor had already died. The Sword Emperor is dead. Chen Xiang was in disbelief. I don't know. Perhaps that was an inheritance left behind by the Sword Emperor. It shouldn't be too difficult for experts to accomplish that. Lu Meng'er held Mu Qianxiang's hand and said solemnly, Xiao Xiang, if that really is the Sword Emperor's item, you must be careful in the future. The value of that item is no different than the divine blade that little scoundrel has. Elder Sister Meng'er, I want to go to Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. I heard that Flower Emperor is here. Can you help me introduce her? You should know someone from Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. Mu Qianxiang said, I need a safe place to activate the power of the heaven pellet. I feel that there are still many things hidden inside the heaven pellet waiting for me to explore. Now, Chen Xiang understood why Mu Qianxiang said that he needed a good sword to display her power. The heaven pellet was indeed closely related to the Sword Emperor. Lu Meng'er laughed lightly. This little scoundrel has people inside the Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. It would be best if you went there. Who? How come I don't know? Chun Xiang thought about it and confirmed that he was not acquainted with anyone in Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. Xiang Yue and Qian Qian. The two of them are studying alchemy there. Your junior apprentice, sister, recommended it. Lu Meng'er rolled her eyes at him. Is it Hua Xiang Yue and Wu Qianqian? Brother told me about them before. Hua Xiang Yue is his junior nephew. He was once in the same sect as him, and furthermore, he received Hua Xiang Yue's inheritance. Seeing Lu Meng'er's current expression, Mu Qianxiang suddenly understood something and looked at Qin Xiang with contempt. Could it be? They too. Mu Qianxiang said in a low voice. Xiang Yue is his slave, Qian Qian. I'm not too sure, but it should be hard for me to escape from this little scoundrel's clutches. I saw Qian Qian last time. She hasn't been destroyed by this little scoundrel yet. Lu Meng'er looked at Qin Xiang and snorted lightly. Lu Meng'er held Mu Qianxiang's hand and said, Let's go. I will bring you to look for Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country's people. With your current talent, it will be easy for you to join Hundreds of Flowers' immortal country. Even if Sword Divine Palace wants to capture you, they will not dare. Mu Qianxiang was immediately overjoyed. She laughed and said, On the way here, let's talk about my brother's things. Then what about me? I also want to go. I want to see Flower Emperor. Qin Xiang anxiously said, You better not go. I heard from Xiang Yu that Flower Emperor doesn't have a good impression of you. Lu Meng'er anxiously said, How is that possible? I didn't offend her. Qin Xiang was completely puzzled. Maybe because you have mastered the heaven-earth killing method. Flower Emperor does not like to kill, and moreover, respects life. You can be considered a killing demon in Ditian. Maybe because of this, and your killing intent is very famous. Lu Meng'er said, Leave her to me, I will make arrangements. She is also my younger sister. Lu Meng'er smiled at Mu Qianxiang, and Mu Qianxiang also laughed back. The relations, H.I. plus P between the two of them had already become very good. I got a good sword, so I'll let you give it to her. Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. After Mu Qianxiang said his goodbyes to Qin Xiang, he left with Lu Meng'er. Before he left, Qin Xiang gave her a jade token that allowed her to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Immortal Sword Conference. Flower Emperor respects life so much. Could it be that she has mastered a live slain method? Long Shui said, I am investigating the live slain method now, but that is only your guess. Qin Xiang said he had already obtained the beast slain method, but he had not gone to study it yet. Unless I can see her, she should appear during the Immortal Sword Conference. It would be the Immortal Sword Conference tomorrow, and at dusk an extremely shocking piece of news came. The Hall Master, who had not left the Sword Divine Palace for 10,000 years, actually came to the Divine Sword Immortal Palace. Even the divine sword Immortal Palace's palace master was shocked by this news, because the Immortal Sword Conference would not bring out such an old artifact. It could be seen that he had other intentions for coming here. Could it be that the heavenly pellet in that wild girl's body attracted him? Luckily, the elder sister Menger already took her away. With the protection of the Flower Emperor, she should be fine. If it was me, it would be hard to say. Chen Xiang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, because Ding Wuzhong's arrival, even if it was late at night, not many people would fall asleep. Ding Wuzhong was a very powerful being, and he had a divine sword in his hand. In the 9 heavens, his power was also at the peak, and although he had not established a mortal country, his overall power was very strong. Only divine Sword Immortal Palace, who had the same kind of power as him, would dare to oppose him. Early in the morning, Chen Xiang woke up from his cultivation. He was currently cultivating and absorbed the holy energy from the colorful sacred core. Early in the morning, Chen Xiang woke up from his cultivation. He was currently cultivating and absorbed the holy energy from the colorful sacred core. From the looks of it, if you completely refine this colorful sacred core, you should be able to enter the realm of a mortal monarch. At the same time, it will allow you to lay a good foundation for cultivating Saint Force. When Qin Xiang had obtained the colorful sacred core, Long Xue had already predicted that this colorful sacred core would be of great help to Qin Xiang, as it would allow him to step into the immortal monarch realm even faster. The Divine Sword Conference had begun, and many people had already entered the auction house. Over the past few days, there had been rumors of the appearance of a few treasured swords, and many people who loved swords had long been eager to watch the event. The location was inside the Divine Sword Palace, and entering it required a jade plate. Previously, Lu Zhongyu had given him a jade plate, but now, Chen Xiang was using that jade plate to enter the auction house. After entering, he immediately felt many powerful auras. In this bright exhibition hall, there were many transparent cabinets. Inside were many sharp long swords and luxurious scabbard. There were many famous swords. There were dozens of high-grade immortal swords, and each one was different. The original owners of the swords were all famous people who had died, and Divine Sword Palace had spent a large amount of spiritual crystal to purchase them, just for the sake of collecting. This could also be said to be the Divine Sword Palace's hidden sword pavilion. Qin Xiang suddenly saw Lu Menger and his group. Lu Menger brought Xue Xianxian, who was following him, and observed the famous swords. Song Ying explained. Not seeing Mu Qianxiang following Lu Menger, Qin Xiang believed that Mu Qianxiang had successfully entered the hundreds of flowers immortal country. Those who were able to enter this place were all people with a certain amount of status. Thus, even if they saw a few famous people here, they would not make a ruckus and would act with great restraint. Chen Xiang traveled through the crowd and heard that the Flower Emperor had also come. He wanted to confirm that Mu Qianxiang was not by her side because only the Flower Emperor could guarantee her safety. Over there, Qin Xiang saw Mu Qianxiang. She was dressed in a simple and elegant white dress with a veil covering her face, and with every step she took, she walked with a few elegant girls in white dresses. When the purple-dressed lady appeared, many people had already guessed that she was hundreds of flowers immortal country. Her jade face was covered with a purple veil, and her pair of beautiful eyes carried a sense of majesty, but it did not lose any of their charm. As expected, it's her. I didn't expect her to become even more powerful. Back then, she was a very powerful female expert. Su Mei outside. It's been so long. I wonder if she still remembers us. Bai Yu said, You should be relieved now that the wild girl is by her side. Qin Xiang was relieved, but he quickly became nervous again because he saw a thin old man bringing a group of people over. The old man walking in front had a head of short white hair, some wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were filled with a divine light. When he walked over, the swords in the transparent display cases began to tremble slightly, as if he was a sharp divine sword. Seeing Ding Xingyao behind the old man, Qin Xiang knew that the old man should be the Sword Divine Palace Lord, Ding Wuzhong. Only this kind of old fogey would have such a powerful sword chi on him. This kind of person would be able to reach the realm of one with the sword in the way of the sword. He should have a sword soul on him as well. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang had a bad premonition and anxiously went over. Right now, many people were looking at Ding Wuzhong. He was a renowned ranker in the 9 heavens. Not only did he have a divine sword, he even had an unrivaled sword technique. And now, Ding Wuzhong was walking towards the Flower Emperor. Great-grandfather, that woman. Ding Xingyao pointed at Mu Qianxiang and shouted. Although the Flower Emperor didn't have the power of the ancient emperor level, with her current rate of growth, many people believed that she would become an existence of that level in the future. She was currently very calm, obviously knowing the reason for Ding Wuzhong's visit. Mu Qianxiang should have told her some things. Xingyao, go and invite that woman over. I guarantee that no one will dare to stop you. Ding Wuzhong suddenly said, shocking everyone. They all stepped aside. The people of the Sword Divine Palace actually wanted to NATCH the people of the Flower Emperor at the convention held by the Divine Sword Palace. This was too crazy. Even Qin Xiang didn't think that Ding Wuzhong would do this. Ding Xingyao had already walked over, and the Flower Emperor was frowning. A light aura surged out from his body, wanting to stop Ding Xingyao. But in that instant, Ding Wuzhong suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Flower Emperor with a wooden sword. The wooden sword was in his hand, and the sword tip was low on Flower Emperor's jade neck. Killing intent could be felt by everyone. Furthermore, the sword in his hand was not a wooden sword, but a divine sword, only that it looked very much like a wooden sword. If you want to protect that girl, then you must die. She is extremely important to me, Ding Wuzhong, and I am willing to risk my life. Ding Wuzhong said coldly. Ding Xingyao had originally been a little worried, but now that he saw his great-grandfather being so powerful, he was secretly happy in his heart as he walked quickly towards Mu Qianxiang, whose face was filled with fear. If you can take her away today, my hundreds of flowers immortal country will not rest until death with your sword divine palace. You have the divine sword in your hands. I am indeed not your match, but this does not mean that I will be afraid of you. Flower Emperor's cold voice carried a trace of anger, but she was still very calm, showing that she had a trump card. I am willing to sacrifice the entire Sword Divine Palace. I will not think too much about it, even if the Divine Sword Palace blocks me. Today I will risk my life and die fighting to achieve my goal. Ding Wuzhong's voice was filled with determination and madness. It seems that he has already decided to throw caution to the wind. To him, the Sword Emperor's legacy was too important. It would seem that this old fellow is going to die soon. Only by obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance will he be able to reach a breakthrough. That's why he is so reckless. Long Shui said, since the people from Divine Sword Palace did not make a move, it seems that they do not plan to fight to the death with this old fellow. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth. He brought Mu Qianxiang out with him, and he even promised Mu Qianxiang that he would give her a good sword. This woman, who had just walked out of the forbidden grounds and lost her closest friend, was filled with boundless curiosity and longing for the outside world. Mu Qianxiang was engulfed by the strong pressure and was unable to move. She never thought that her heaven pellet would allow such a strong person to NATCH it at all costs. Qin Xiang had already stepped forward. He had already made the decision to not let Mu Qianxiang fall into the hands of the Sword Divine Palace. Although his strength was extremely weak, he had to do it. Brat, don't be afraid. I brought that wild girl out. I'll support you from behind if anything happens. Qin Xiang, who was in the middle of advancing, suddenly heard a sound transmission in his mind. It was actually scattered immortal Duanming. Qin Xiang was overjoyed. He quickened his pace, and a short dagger appeared in his hand. Qin Xiang was overjoyed. He quickened his pace, and a short dagger appeared in his hand. Don't even think about touching her. Chun Xiang traveled through space and suddenly appeared in front of Ding Xingyao. "It's you." Ding Xingyao laughed coldly. "It's good that you came. I'll take care of you together with me. Don't worry, if I don't kill you, I will cut off your limbs." Chun Xiang's current appearance was from the first time he met Ding Xingyao. "Who is he?" Ding Wuzhong asked. "That girl's follower is only a bit capable. I am able to take care of her." Ding Xingyao pulled out a sword that was glowing with a cold light, releasing a burst of cold qi, causing the surroundings to become much colder. Lu Menger had already recognized that it was Chun Xiang, and she was secretly anxious. Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying also knew that Mu Qianxiang was in danger, and they were secretly contacting the people of Divine Sword Palace, but Divine Sword Palace had not responded yet. "Dog slave, this isn't how you should die, even if you want to. Do you think that just by not living like this, you can make your master give you another bone to eat?" Ding Xingyao swayed the immortal sword in his hand and laughed coldly. "This sword is the worst immortal sword I have, but I still feel that it is a disgrace to use it to kill you." Chun Xiang held the dagger tightly in his hand and said indifferently, "I am not her follower. I am her brother." Ding Xingyao was slightly shocked the moment that he was distracted. Ding Wuzhong shouted loudly, "Be careful!" After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he suddenly made his move. The ordinary-looking dagger suddenly shone with a miserable red light, which made people feel that it was extremely strange. The dense demonic qi caused some of the demons and fairies present to feel fear. Chun Xiang and Ding Xingyao were only separated by 3 steps, and Chun Xiang's attack speed was extremely fast, so he had to travel through space. Although the dagger was short, when Chun Xiang channeled all the power in his body, the Devil Emperor dagger would be like a drizzle, filled with limitless power, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. The red light on top of the Devil Emperor dagger had disappeared, but it was already filled with red blood, and the dagger had been stabbed halfway into Ding Xingyao's throat. Although Ding Xingyao was not dead, his blood still gushed out crazily, all of it entering the dagger, and everyone could see it clearly. Even the knowledgeable Ding Wuzhong did not know where this dagger came from. It was actually so powerful, comparable to some holy weapons. The immortal sword that Ding Xingyao just touched the dagger, and it shattered into pieces. Chun Xiang slashed with force, cutting half of Ding Xingyao's throat, when suddenly a monstrous killing intent surged out from his left hand. His killing Ji! Oh! D-Heart was jumping, and with an angry roar he activated the 3 killing energies in the Heaven-Earth killing method, causing the Heaven and Earth Ji! Oh! D triple murder Upanishads to fuse together. Die! Chun Xiang, who brought along endless killing intent, suddenly roared out Hoa. R.S. Ely, his fist releasing black smoke, as though multiple black dragons were churning, roared with killing intent, and smashed towards Ding Xingyao's dantian. "Stop!" Ding Wuzhong suddenly ran away from Flower Emperor, but he was too slow. Chun Xiang's attacks were very fast. When he realized how terrifying Chun Xiang was, it was already too late. Chun Xiang's fist had already landed on Ding Xingyao's body. The power on the fist disappeared, and the roar became weaker, as though his life was slowly disappearing. Ding Xingyao's body turned into black smoke, and with the killing intent dissipating out of the body of the fist. Ding Xingyao, who was reputed to be unrivaled under the immortal monarch, was actually killed by a single punch from a mysterious person. "You're dead meat." Ding Wuzhong roared. The divine sword in his hand pierced towards Chun Xiang. The furious Ding Wuzhong, regardless of speed or strength, was unleashed. I plus ing to the limit. The entire arena started to shake due to his anger, and if it wasn't for the protection of the powerful formation here, it would have already been turned into ruins. Chun Xiang stood there, staring at the divine sword thrusting towards him. Although it was quick, it became very slow in his eyes, and he could clearly feel the terrifying strength Ding Wuzhong was exuding. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to block it. He won't die. A middle-aged man with a thin beard appeared all of a sudden. He had a faint smile on his face. What was shocking was that, while they were talking and laughing, he actually used his bare hands to grab Ding Wuzhong's divine sword. You. Who are you? Ding Wuzhong's anger suddenly disappeared, and was instead replaced with fear. His sword attack that he used his full strength for was actually easily resolved by someone else. Someone who stole your divine sword. Someone like you isn't qualified to use it. Duan Ming's smile suddenly disappeared, carrying a trace of anger. He tightly held onto the divine sword's tip, and then, with lightning speed, he kicked Ding Wuzhong's leg, sending him flying. Ding Wuzhong let out a blood-curdling scream. His body smashed through a few thick walls, and he didn't know if he was still alive or dead. Senior Duan. Thank you. Seeing that it was Duan Ming, Mu Qianxiang was secretly happy in her heart, and sweetly shouted out, Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to lure that guy out. If he were to hide in that place, it would instead be difficult for me to find him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain that divine sword. Duan Ming said while laughing, and then put away the divine sword. After that, his body gradually became fainter and finally disappeared, but he did not know how he walked. After Duan Ming left, the Flower Emperor looked at the Sword Divine Palaces group and lightly waved his hand. A few giant flowers suddenly appeared on the ground and swallowed all those people. Sigh. If you are too slow, the divine sword will be mine. The Flower Emperor let out a faint sigh, and then looked at Chen Xiang reproachfully. If it wasn't for Chen Xiang, they might have been able to proceed according to her plan. An old man laughed. It doesn't matter, although you won't be able to get the Sword Divine Palace's divine sword, but you might be able to get the dragon subduing school's green dragon demon-slain broadsword. The white-clad old man who had suddenly appeared looked at Chen Xiang with a smile. Chen Xiang's ident. 1. Tai had already been exposed. Looks like there are still many experts hidden in the 9 heavens. Elder Dai, you should also be careful of your divine sword. The Flower Emperor chuckled. The old man who suddenly appeared was the Palace Lord of Divine Sword Palace. His name was Dai Yongcheng. His strength was said to be on par with Ding Wuzhong. He should be as powerful as... Now everyone understood. The reason why Divine Sword Palace did not make a move just now was to let Flower Emperor have the right to take advantage of Ding Wuzhong's divine sword. But Chen Xiang, whose heart was burning with anxiety, suddenly jumped out and killed Ding Xingyao. When Ding Wuzhong was attacking Chen Xiang, Duan Ming rushed out halfway and N.A.T.C. had away the divine sword. Dragon, subduing leader, I hope my eyes aren't blurry. Dai Yongcheng looked at Chen Xiang and laughed. Humph, you're actually using my sister as bait. Serves you right that the divine sword didn't fall into your hands. Chen Xiang snorted and looked at Flower Emperor in annoyance. Chen Xiang had changed back to his original appearance. After a trip to Night Devil Hell, all the great powers that had grudges against Chen Xiang suffered a great loss of strength. Now that none of them had come, Chen Xiang had nothing to be afraid of. If you want my green dragon demon-slain broadsword, then come and N.A.T.C. H it if you have the guts. Chen Xiang knew that Duan Ming had not gone far. As a member of the Duan clan, his concealing skills were at the peak of perfection. The person who had killed Ding Xingyao just now was Chen Xiang, and he had even used such a strange method of cultivation. The person who had killed Ding Xingyao just now was Chen Xiang, and he had even used such a strange method of cultivation. You used the heaven-earth killing method just now, right? Dai Yongcheng said in a serious tone. That's right, the heaven-earth killing method has a total of 5 parts: celestial slain method, ground killing, God slain method, beast slain method, beast slain method. I only obtained 1. Don't think that I have everything. The reason I entered the Night Devil HL is because that was originally the sacred beast's ancient realm, and there is the beast slain method, but I did not get it. This was the first time Chun Xiang talked about the heaven-earth killing method in front of everyone, and he also lied a little here, so as to not let others think that he had truly obtained the complete heaven-earth killing method. Chun Xiang had already obtained the beast slain method, and Mu Qianxiang had even helped him obtain it. However, she did not reveal the truth, and would not tell anyone else in the future either. She understood Chun Xiang's intention. I heard that the Flower Emperor controls the alive slain method, and the move that she revealed just now released a powerful creature out of thin air. The creature is a man-eating flower, and it also possesses a powerful and terrifying power as it creates a powerful life form for killing. This should be one of the profound mysteries of the alive slain method. Chun Xiang said as he looked at the Flower Emperor, he was only short on a live slain method now, and he had his suspicions earlier on because he saw the moves of the Flower Emperor just now. It made him even more suspicious. No, Flower Emperor immediately denied it. Even though your recognized sister is my disciple, it doesn't mean that you can speak nonsense. Don't harm me. The fact that the Flower Emperor accepted Mu Qianxiang as his disciple also made Chun Xiang feel a lot more at ease. He laughed. That might be because I'm too sensitive. Leader Dragon Subduing Sword. Although this is a great exhibition of swords, if there is some excitement, you can also reveal some other divine weapons. That dagger of yours is already not bad. Can you let us have a look at it, or can I help you appraise it? This way we can make the dagger's value higher. Dai Yongqing said while smiling. That's right. Not only does the dragon-subduing leader have green dragon demon-slain broadsword, he even obtained a divine cauldron forged by a divine craftsman, as well as a mysterious and powerful dagger. I heard that your pill furnace is even the legendary Yanlong furnace, and you can show it to me. A middle-aged man beside Dai Yongqing also laughed and said. Chun Xiang laughed coldly in his heart. I still have Hammer of God, Profound Wood Diamond Armor, and Slaughter God's hand. I don't think there's a need for that. These are all things that take up a lot of blood. It's too unlucky to take out this item. Chun Xiang said he did not want to stay any longer. He just wanted to leave this place quickly and change his appearance to sneak in and think of a way to give a sword to Mu Qianxiang. Although Flower Emperor might help Mu Qianxiang find the sword, Chun Xiang had promised Mu Qianxiang, so he had to do it. That's a pity. Dai Yongqing sighed, feeling very regretful. Dai Yongqing walked to the center of the compet. Tying grounds and constructed a tall platform. Standing on it, he said, This is the compet. Tying grounds, but not all swords must be used. The other divine weapons can also be used to compete with the experts here. I believe that most of the people here today will be armed with weapons. If you want your weapons to become famous weapons, you have to go through trial and error. The fastest method is to defeat famous experts, and the immortal swords displayed here are all weapons that have gone through hundreds of battles and drank the blood of many famous experts. In that case, if you want your weapon to become famous, go up and compete with others, one of them asked. That's right. Furthermore, the person who loses must hand over their weapon to the other party. Who dares to come up? Dai Yongqing looked at everyone. Naturally, the contestants are all of similar strength. If anyone has such thoughts, they can come up and reveal their weapons and see if they can attract the attention of others. Dai Yongqing said again, With Chun Xiang here, he has a divine weapon. Once the divine weapon appears, all of us would definitely be finished. Someone mocked himself. That's right, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword is invincible and can kill DS and demons, we don't dare to go up. Everyone agreed. In that case, I agree that we can't use divine weapons. Also, during the compet, tie-in, we can only use similar weapons. That should be fine, right? Dai Yongqing laughed. He was a kind person. Although he was a strong ranker, no one could feel that he had that kind of arrogance. Wang Weiquan shouted. Old Dai, your divine sword palace should have quite a few holy swords, right? If you ask a fellow who wields a holy sword to go up there, I'll go right away. If you want to use your trash to fight against the holy sword, then the divine sword palace will suffer a huge loss. One of them laughed. If he can't even win against my trash with the holy sword, then it's just a waste in his hands. Using the holy sword to defeat him with junk is proof that I'm more suited for using the holy sword. W.A.N.G. Waquan laughed out loud. Old Dai, do you dare? Otherwise, this immortal sword conference will be too boring. We can't afford to buy it, but we can still fight it out with our seniors. Yeah. Quick, get on the sacred sword. Many people joined in the commotion. Dai Yongcheng laughed helplessly. All right, but if we were to use our holy swords, you guys can't just swarm over and beat up our swordsmen, right? If you allow the swordsman holding the holy sword to go up, then we'll first compete with the one below, and then we'll fight the one who wins. W.A.N.G. Waquan said with an excited voice, because this meant that he had a chance to win against the holy sword. Those were all immortal kings. If not, Qin Xiang would also like to join in on the fun. He could only watch and sigh. If he was an immortal king, he might even win. All right, those who wish to partake. 1. P8 register first, and then quickly decide the victor. In the end, let's compete with our swordsmen here on the sword discourse arena. Dai Yongqing said, You all can go to our divine sword palace's compet. 1. Taiyan grounds first. W.A.N.G. Waquan rushed to register in excitement. The majority of the immortal kings present all attended, so Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying were not interested in the holy sword at all. They were originally artificers. They did not like to use weapons refined by others, even if it was holy swords. Chen Xiang had not left yet, but he walked into the sword discourse arena. When Dai Yongqing saw him, he laughed. Leader subduing dragon, you cannot use a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to bully others. I don't need the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Can I use the fire dragon sword? Qin Xiang asked. Hearing the fire dragon sword, everyone thought that Qin Xiang was wrong. Chen Xiang killing the son of the dragon emperor, obtaining the holy dragon sword, and even piercing the dragon emperor was something that everyone knew. But now he actually had a fire dragon sword. The fire dragon sword was also a holy sword, and it was not weaker than the holy dragon sword. Dai Yongxin suspected that he had misheard. It's the holy dragon sword, he said. It's a fire dragon sword. If it's the holy dragon sword, no one would dare to use it. Qin Xiang said seriously, if this was known by the dragon emperor, they would definitely return every day. But the fire dragon sword were different, even though it was also the holy sword of the Imperial Dragon Clan. But there were no powerful fire dragons in the Imperial Dragon Clan, so some of the stronger powers still dared to accept it.